Hello and welcome to the 4 Hours of Aston Cho Lover 7 Endurance Pro event. Joining me in the commentary box today we have Deco Jester, Jonathan Palmer, Thilo Falkenberg and Jack Eyre. Hi guys.
Hello there.
Cool.
Yeah, hello from me.
Qualifying will be getting underway in around about 8 minutes time. We have a very exciting day lined up of racing. Thanks for joining us, everybody. I'm going to give you a quick intro to the event from the man himself, Rocky, the person who's organising this entire event. So we will go ahead and listen to that for a few moments, and then we'll be back for the warm-up show. So sit back and enjoy.
Hi, my name is Walter, Jodo7 Lemons, or as my old LFS friends call me still, Rocky. At the end of 2019, I had a mission, you know. I had a goal to revive LFS in a way. To its glory days, maybe if only for a brief period, but it's been our mission ever since. Starting with the TRR Championship 2020, it started off quite okay, I guess, with a few lows as well as a few highs, but lately, demand is simply more than we can offer spots on track, you know, and I actually see this occurring in other LFS events as well, which is very nice. And I'm not saying this has anything to do with my efforts as an organizer, but it's a thing we did together with this lovely community, you know. We've had TC helping us out, mainly TC Pete actually helping us out from the start with his amazing streams. Eventually the entire team of TC with their hosting and help with the rule sets. We've got Deco Jester slowly making us come back, you know, and helping us out big time. And not to forget Trespasser, who specifically helped us out personally a great amount, you know, so also thanks to all these guys, but there's so many more names I wanted to name, but you know who you are by now, I guess. We are currently about to start one of the biggest endurance events in Need for Speed in a while, and I'm proud to say it started from my unleash, you know, this event, but it wasn't possible without all the drivers and staff. To see where LFS is now on this very day with this event, I can say my goal and mission have succeeded, and that's a great thing. And it's now up to the people like the great staff we have and myself, but also you, the drivers and the viewers, you know, to keep this glory path going for Need for Speed and to revive Need for Speed in a proper way. for this simulator is still a great thing, and it's always been a part of our hearts, and I hope it will be again for all of us. Once again, I am Walter, Cholo 7 Lemons, and welcome to Cholo 7 and Juris Pro's 4 hours of Aston Historic. I hope you'll have a great time, whether you're a driver, staff, or viewer. I thank you very much for your...
That was a quick message then from Rocky, the organiser of the event. A nice little piece that he's put together there. Today we are driving at AS4 Aston Historic in the GT1 cars. So that's the XRR, the FZR and the FXR. You can join the TC TeamSpeak server if you wish to have an interview during the race. That's to all drivers and teammates. We are accepting registrations for that now. So if you want to join and have an interview during the race, you can do so by connecting to the TC Gaming TeamSpeak server, and we will register you, move you into the appropriate channel. You can follow live timing on LFS World via the PubStat system. We'll post a link to that in the Twitch chat now. You can also follow along with LFS Remote and track the drivers live. So if you need to join the server for your stint, you can keep track of how the race is getting on and how your driver's getting on. And as soon as they pull into the pits or when they come onto their in-lap, you can join the server and get ready to take over from them. Those links are now in the Twitch live chat. Feel free to check those out. So yeah, we are around about 4 minutes away from the start of qualifying. We will have to switch over to the game for that. There'll be half an hour of qualifying. We'll have about 33 cars on track. I believe there are 2 cars that will not make the grid today for various reasons. So we're looking like a 33 car grid, which is a really, really nice size for this race. Then there'll be a half an hour break where the drivers will have their pre-race briefing. We will try and fill that space or take a quick break between the end of qualifying and the start of the race. Yeah, let's ask the room. How's everybody feeling about this race? What are we looking forward to? Start with Thilo.
I think we're going to see some nice action, although it is not the shortest track with about over 2 minutes 15 lap times. It got some harder sections like the uphill chicane in the first sector, and I think we're going to see many mistakes, but also many opportunities arising from those mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. Jack, how are you feeling about this? You haven't commentated on LFS race in a long time.
I'm as raring to go as everybody else. Obviously, if you've not seen me, hello, I'm Jack. This is my first time commentating, full stop. So we'll see how it goes. Usually I'm the one behind the wheel in an event like this. Not so much on LFS these days, but nonetheless, time to try and commentate and see how that goes. I think we've got a fantastic combination. This track's amazing in my opinion. This is such an underrated game, not just track. There's a lot of elevation changes here, and like Thilo said, there's a lot of opportunity, and I'll be quite surprised to see how close some of the racing can come, and if there's any battles down to the end of the 4 hours.
Well, as a lot of you will know, the last event that was hosted by TRR, the 6 Hours of Kyoto, a few weeks ago, the race did come down to the end between Sidus and LFS Hungaria. LFS Hungaria had a puncture on the last lap. They could not serve the penalty for the tow that they had to have, and they handed the win to the Sidus team on the last lap. It was a thrilling end to an absolutely brilliant race. There were only 11 cars in that race, but nonetheless, the racing was amazing all day long. And hopefully we get some nice battles and driving today, because it's a 4 hour race, so it's slightly shorter, but we have 3 times as many cars basically.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think everybody's excited. I think we're just under 1 minute away from the start of qualifying now.
Fantastic. Let's get a move on. After qualifying, everyone here should be familiar with the teams that are entering, and then we'll run down the order at the end of qualifying, and that will set the grid for our 4 hours of Aston Historic. The driver's just about ready to get underway, I believe. Hopefully we can go to the track any minute now. Here we go then. The cars will be making their way out onto the track for the beginning of qualifying. Leading the way, it's Sidus Fast, starting as they mean to go on.
I think we'll definitely see some jostling for position on this outlap. Everyone wants to get themselves into some clear air so that they can set a lap unhindered by anybody else. But we might actually see the packs backing up as they get towards Sector 3 so that they can get themselves some space for their fast lap. But we have got half an hour here.
Exactly, half an hour for everybody to find space and get one clean lap. That's all you need. It is a long outlap though. It's nearly 2.5, 3 minutes long. Got a few cars still in the pit lane, just waiting, finding some space, which is really wise. Try and find some space. Drivers are not allowed to slipstream during qualifying. They have to find space on their hot lap. Any times gained by slipstreaming will be disallowed.
That keeps the pack a little more tighter, and it's more down to ability rather than track position then. As you can imagine, look at the size of the wings on these cars. You tuck behind somebody, you gain plenty of time, especially down that long straight. Well, both of them do quite long straights on this track.
Yeah, the longest straight in LFS is the start-finish straight on this combination. Well over 1 kilometre long. The drivers will start to slow down towards the end of the lap because they need to keep their tyres nice and cool so that they can hit their hot lap with optimal tyre temperatures. Leading the way at the moment, we have Apex Sherlock from the number 9 car, the FZR. Apex are a new team to the TRR Endurance Pros series. Let's see how they get on today. They will be the first car across start-finish to set a lap time, or to start a lap rather. Around the first corner comes Sherlock, under the bridge and then into the corkscrew section.
Using all of the runoff there, getting every bit of this track that he can get away with.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see quite a few accidents in this little section here on the first lap. The car becomes very light over the hill, and it's really easy to go on two wheels, roll, or even go onto the grass on the exit and clout the barrier. So drivers will need to be really careful up that hill on the first lap.
Yep, corner is nicknamed the corkscrew, at least to my knowledge. We're taking it the wrong way today though, we're going uphill.
Yeah, it's more like Eau Rouge than the corkscrew.
It is. How much of the runoff we can use here. Careful not to use too much curb, because if you get some grass on the inside of your tyres, you can ooh.
Like that, yeah. Big cut there from Sherlock.
You will lose grip until that dirt wears off the surface of the tyre. Level of grip these cars have got is just unbelievable, absolutely flat out.
This is the fastest the cars will be going all day with the quali trim. Here he comes up to the last chicane. We're about to see our first lap time of the session, and then they're going to start coming thick and fast as we've got a whole train of cars who are really close together coming out of the hairpin. That red line that Sherlock just drove over is the safety car line. The green flag cannot be called before that safety car line. Drivers cannot overtake before that safety car line on the rolling start. Sherlock sets the first time of the day, 2:19.6, immediately beaten by Race Green Falcon at 2:19.02. TRR Classic in third at the moment with a 2:20.7. I expect drivers to be down into the 2:18s fairly quickly in this qualifying session. We're already on the cusp of that. Sherlock is opting to go again, so maybe he's opting for a slightly different qualifying strategy to other teams. Maybe his tyres can last a bit longer during the session. Falcon.
Oh, and he's off.
Yeah, but he lost it
yeah,
here
he's lost
at the exit.
Falcon, our provisional pole man at the moment. Just been beaten by Gemini. So Gemini, driving for Master Race Car, the MRC team, has done the first 2:18 lap time, 2:18.90. He's driving the XRR. So just a reminder that there are 3 cars in this race. We have the XRR, the FZR, and the FXR. The FZR carries a 27 kilogram weight voluntary added mass restriction. Currently got 29 cars out on track. 28 cars, sorry. We have 2 rescue cars. During the race there'll be no reset. Rescue cars will help free any cars stuck in gravel traps so that they can carry on around the track. See who's on a lap currently. Unite is about to come across the line to set a lap. Energy coming across the line for Global Gaming. One of the 3 Global Gaming teams. This is the FXR entry. Car 46. Car 46 is the Global Gaming Racing 2 team.
Just wide there. You can see he dropped a wheel and with the slick tyres, absolutely no grip. Back to the pits for him.
City is fast through the final sector in the 51 car. Now coming around the final hairpin and into the chicane. He did a split of 1:30.87.
See how he tackles these curbs here. Onto the start finish straight, just a little out of shape. Don't think it compromised his run too much, however. We'll see where he can put his car.
I expect it to be good.
Fastest.
Yeah, it's a 17.6. It's the fastest by 1.3 seconds over the MRC team, so Sidus fast was an absolutely phenomenal lap time there. 1.3 seconds faster than anyone else on track presently, as he heads out for another lap. The stream's currently focused on NR Maddie. I believe this is a solo entry. It is Noob Racing. Matthias, formerly of Virus Racing. I think he still drives for Virus, he's just using a different tag for his solo entry into this race. So Matthias will be attempting the race all on his own. 4 hours all on his own. There are 7 cars that are going to be doing that.
And Maddie was also quick through the penultimate sector. Now let's see what he can do in the final sector. A bit slower than fast.
Ooh.
Oh!
Clouts the curbs on the exit. Across the safety car line. And on to start, finish. Across the line he goes.
Yeah, second fastest time, 2 minutes 17.86. So 0.2 slower than fast.
Erotica's coming up to the last corner.
Yeah, just compared to Maddie, he is 0.9 of a second slower in the final sector. Let's see what he carries over the line in the friendliest car on the grid.
Erotica goes 5th, 2:19.09.
Yeah.
Here comes Mr. Duffin, launch racing. The 25 car currently down in 18th place. Best time a 2:21.38 in the FXR. The FXR notoriously not good in a straight line, but great through the corners because of its 4-wheel drive. Just over 18 minutes of qualifying left, so we're into the second third of the session. We're watching Heike Hittinen, Team 44, War Faction. Heike was 7th in the Open Endurance Championship, Thilo, your series.
Yeah, he was. He was one of the regular starters over there. Also, usually with very colorful anime-inspired skins, just like this one.
Yeah, Heike will be driving this race all on his own as well.
Yeah, he is. War Faction is a car community he is part of, and they used to watch his actions, at least from what I've gathered from some Facebook comments. He's
Fair
now
enough.
coming to the line, and it's going to be a 2:20.04. So he's in 12th position right now.
Remember, if you want to follow along with the live timing, you can do so via LFS Remote or LFS World Pub Stats. The link to those are in the Twitch chat. LFS Remote will give you access to the track map with all the cars' live positions and live times. And the Pub Stats will give you the live timing.
The 01 car of Botef comes around the last corner and hasn't set a time yet. He missed that chicane, the Fast and Crazy and Conquest car, and is 2 minute 20.98. For now it's 21st position, but I guess Botef is going to improve on that time when he hits a clean lap.
Let's see how your teammates' car is getting on, Thilo. The Heroes of Racing car just leaving the pits. Where are they currently sat? They're currently sat down in 15th place. Their FXR has managed a 2:20.10 in the capable hands of Jürgen Weber.
Yeah, that's right, and they are actually identical time with the number 15 car.
Yep, the Global Gaming car. One of the Global Gaming cars with the same time. See how they get on today.
Yeah, both drivers, Jürgen Weber, Hüweb, and Mensafest, were regulars in the City Liga back in the old days.
We all miss City League, don't we? Anyway,
Yes.
we've got there's 3 Air Attack teams racing today. On the screen at the moment is the Air Attack newsroom team. Nova is driving that car currently. Nova has done a 2:18.97, which is impressive considering he's using the mouse. He's in 5th place currently. Sidus still in the lead, the 51 car with a 2:17.6. Solo driver Maddie in 2nd with a 2:17.86, and MRC Master Race Car Gemini brings the 87 car up to 3rd place with a 2:18.38. There's a big gap between the top 3 drivers. Well, the top 2 drivers are quite close, but there's a big gap after that to 3rd place. Upsas from Born to Race, the 23 machine, 4th place currently. And the man on your screen, AOR Nova, driving for Air Attack Newsroom Racing, is in 5th place.
He's got a decent split time of 1:31.85 into the final sector. But he's got traffic ahead. Not sure if the 107 car is real. Ooh. That was not of much help.
A little bit of traffic getting in Nova's way a bit there. Hopefully it didn't affect his lap too much. He comes through the final chicane. Let's see if he can improve on his 5th place. Across the line he comes.
And couldn't.
Couldn't
A
improve.
2-minute 19 is not an improvement for the driver from Singapore.
Only 300ths away from his actual fastest lap, though.
Yeah, really impressive. Really consistent.
pace.
On the screen. Sorry, go on.
Falcon from Race Green is also on a quick lap, coming down to the final hairpin.
Out onto start finish across the safety car line comes Falcon. Patrick Hall.
And it's just enough to move Nova down into 6th position. Falcon takes 5th with a 2:18.89.
So yeah, only 8 tenths faster, but 8 tenths is all you need to go ahead of someone.
And looking at the
800,
times,
sorry, yep.
positions 5 to 9 are pretty close, within half a second of each other.
Just under 12 minutes of qualifying remaining.
Fast, clearly not happy with his time, or just fancies trying to improve it to make sure that he starts the Sidus car on the pole position. Currently 28 cars have set a lap.
And all cars are well within the 107%, although there's no rule about that, but that stat is brought to you by Deco.
Has Unite managed to complete a lap yet?
Nope. Not
So
yet. He's
Unite-
the only
yeah.
car.
Unite hasn't actually managed to set a lap yet, so he needs to get one in the bag
He does.
Else he'll be starting. Well, he might not even make the grid. I reckon he'll probably be given discretion of the race organisers because he's a known quantity. But nonetheless, he wants to get a time on the board, so he hasn't got long to do it. He's obviously had a couple of failed attempts. Let's see how Unite gets on his first timed lap. He comes across the line to start it.
He definitely needs to get a lap in, whether it's just a banker lap at him just giving 90%. The spread is about 7 seconds from the fastest to the slowest car on the grid at the moment, so even if he wasn't at 100%, he would not necessarily be last. He needs to set a time.
Yeah, Nico is driving solo for the Super Serious Racing Team. Not his normal outfit, but clearly a bit of fun for him to do the 4 hours on his own. There are some very, very, very quick drivers in the solo class in this race. He's got the likes of Matthias, Heike, Michael Malek to contend with, as well as Number from FFM, who's also driving in the solo class. Let's keep an eye on Nico's split times on this hot lap to see where he will likely be. You'd expect him to be somewhere near the top. No pressure.
And even if he doesn't manage to set a great lap this lap, his tyres look nice and healthy. It just depends how much fuel he's got on board, whether he can go again.
Split time not that great. I would estimate it could put him into 7th to 10th position, right about that section.
Yep, the guys just ahead of that have been setting second splits of around 131, 130.
Yeah, and his split time is 132.26, but now he's coming down to the final chicane.
Oh, big clout of the curb
Slightly
there.
out of shape there. Absolute commitment.
Across the line he comes. He will set a lap time, and it's good enough for 11th place, 2:19.40. He will want to go again. He will definitely want to go again with that. Another name we haven't seen for a while, Fnatic from Eyre. He's currently in 10th place for the 18 car, so he is the end of the top 10, 2:19.35 for the number 18 Eyre car. One of 3 in this race. Botev. This is an interesting car. This is a collaboration car. This is a collaboration between Conquest Racing and Fast and Crazy. Conquest Racing.
Asymmetric paint design.
An asymmetric paint design won the skin competition last time out. Deco and I decided that the race screen Born to Race collab car won the best skin of the race last time, so maybe another collab skin can win again, who knows. Anyway, Botev starts his hot lap. His teammate for this event is Conquest Racing Gojki.
Yeah, and Goshki is also no stranger to endurance races. He finished 3rd in the 24 hours in the GT1 World Series 2014. Back then, part of a pure Conquest Racing.
Ooh! Oh, he's rolled it. I knew it was going to happen at some point. Someone had to roll it during quali, and we're going to expect a lot of that during the race. There's going to be people pushing too hard through that corner all race long.
I think he was surprised by the back marker that suddenly appeared up there over the hill.
Yeah, if you're going to meet traffic, you don't want to meet it there.
Exactly, yeah.
So just over 5 minutes of qualifying remaining. I wonder if we'll see any shuffling of positions, or whether everybody's just going to be slowly, incrementally attempting to refine their lap.
Erotica currently on a good lap, heading into the final chicane. Currently in 9th position, could improve, but not quite. Missing out on his personal best by 3/100th of a second.
Just under 5 minutes remaining, so people have got time for 2 more flying laps, or if they're leaving the pits now, probably just about 1 flying lap. Oh, as Ups has to bail. There's tyres on the road in the last sector now, so anybody coming through will not appreciate that. Torsten Ulrich, not seen him for a while, from MTDZX. He's in the XRR in a very, very pretty paint, it has to be said. I do like that colour scheme, the green and blue.
It reminds me of the RC car from Toy Story.
Okay.
Just the colours, not the design. I like the design, I appreciate the design, but the colours. Very nice skin though.
Someone did mention that they had a Disney Plus advert when they tried to tune into the Twitch stream. So maybe Twitch's algorithms picked up on a Toy Story remote control car looking XRR. Very unlikely. Torsten brings the 111 XRR down the hill towards the last chicane. That car currently down in 20th place. Let's see if this is an improvement. It is. He moves from 20th up to 14th with that attempt. Just ahead of the Farrat team. The Farrat team car is being driven by Michael currently. Michael is one of the drivers who has agreed to give mid-race interviews. Just a reminder for all drivers and teams, if you do want to join the stream for an interview during your race, you can do so by joining the TC Gaming TeamSpeak. The details for that are posted in the Twitch stream. You can join that server to have a mid-race interview. We'll move you into the waiting room and drag you in when you put your headlights on to indicate that you're ready to talk. If you turn your headlights off, we won't disturb you. So Michael
Maddie is again on a fast lap coming around the final chicane.
Oh, absolutely sideways.
Maddie currently in P2. Can the solo driver
Fantastic
get onto
middle
the...
split.
It's not good enough. It's not an
No, his
improvement.
fastest lap so far is a 2:17.86, and that was a 2:17.92. Not quite enough, although I will say, if he'd have nailed that exit, I think he would have definitely improved.
A team returning to this series, currently on the screen, is the French entry of NFR. Nanex is currently driving that car. Norm Francais Racing. Nanex teamed up with Sylvian Godplansen. So just the two of them driving that car today, but the number 10 machine not doing too badly in qualifying. 25th position for them currently, 2:21.21. We're into the final minute, there or thereabouts.
Yeah, Botev is on his final shot in this qualifying session. He did a decent split time and now coming down to the chicane. Looked clean. Should improve from 8th position. And it goes into 3rd position. with a 2-minute 18.25.
Third place, so second row for
30
Botev
seconds remaining
currently.
in the session. 30.
Thank you, Deco. 30 seconds to go in qualifying from our race director, Deco.
Nova also on a flying lap.
This is where it all counts. This is the last shot for everybody. They're coming thick and fast across start finish. Sidus fast, still out on provisional pole with Maddie behind him. Botev in third, Gemini fourth. Born to Race Upsas in fifth. Air Attack in sixth.
Checker flag on the session. Checker flag on the session.
So everybody still on a fast lap now will be able to complete those. Anybody who'd not quite made it to the start line before the time ran out, unfortunately, cannot even have a chance to improve.
Nova's final chicane looked good. It's a 2:18. Yeah, slight improvement into the sixth
Car
position.
88 first car. Car 99 last car.
Thank you, Deco. That was close for Nova there. 100th of a second off of P5 with that lap.
Pedro increases his place to 7th position from 8th.
Yeah, and Upsas goes into third position, putting everyone down.
Upsas with the last ditch attempt there.
Unite also on a final fast lap. He should improve his time, I guess.
"29 cars complete qualifying of the 35 that entered."
And improving he does into 9th position. Unite in 9th with a 2:18.90.
Now the only car we have remaining on the track on a fast lap is Kryn, the number 99 car in 20th position. A fairly decent middle sector for him, 32.2. That projects him, if he can get the last sector, at looking around a 2:19 to a 2:20.
Well,
And at the moment,
yeah,
he's in 20th position with the 2:19.9, so, I mean, even if he can go half a second faster than that, that'll move him up at least 6 or 7 places.
big hit of the last curb, but should be alright with that. See where it puts him. Deco called it rightly. The 99 car is the last car across the line.
And just not quite enough to improve. Well, he improved on his lap, I believe, but not enough to gain him any places. He stays in 20th position with a 2:20.07.
To all the drivers, the driver briefing will begin on Discord at 16:50 UTC or 17:50 CET. So in about 18 minutes, the driver briefing will begin on Discord. Only one driver per team is required to attend that, but there will now be a 20-minute break. We will run down the full qualifying order of the race in just a few moments, but before then, I will give you a quick message from the race organizer, Rocky.
Hi, my name is Walter, Jodo7 Lemons, or as my old LFS friends call me still, Rocky. At the end of 2019, I had a mission, you know. I had a goal to revive LFS in a way. To its glory days, maybe if only for a brief period, but it's been our mission ever since. Starting with the TRR Championship 2020, it started off quite okay, I guess, with a few lows as well as a few highs, but lately, the demand is simply more than we can offer spots on track, you know, and I actually see this occurring in other LFS events as well, which is very nice. And I'm not saying this has anything to do with my efforts as an organizer, but it's a thing we did together with this lovely community, you know. We've had TC helping us out, mainly TC Pete actually helping us out from the start with his amazing streams. Eventually the entire team of TC with their hosting and help with the rule sets. We've got Dico Jester slowly making his comeback, you know, and helping us out big time. And not to forget Trespasser, who specifically helped us out personally a lot, a great amount, you know. So also thanks to all these guys. But there's so many more names I wanted to name, but you know who you are by now, I guess. We are currently about to start one of the biggest endurance events in Left 4 Speed in a while. And I'm proud to say it started from my unleash, you know, this event, but it wasn't possible without all the drivers and staff. To see where LFS is now on this very day with this event, I can say my goal and mission have succeeded, and that's a great thing. And it's now up to the people, like the great staff we have, and myself, but also you, the drivers, and the viewers, to keep this glory path going for Left 4 Speed and to revive Left 4 Speed in a proper way. For this simulator is still a great thing, and it's always been a part of our hearts, and I hope it will be again for all of us. Once again, I am Walter, Cholo 7 Lemons, and welcome to Cholo 7 and Juris Pro's 4 hours of Aston and Zurich. I hope you'll have a great time, whether you're a driver, staff, or viewer. I thank you very much for your participation, and let's make it a great event.
Thank you, Rocky, for that quick message. Thilo will now run us down the order for qualifying for the 4 hours of Aston. Take it away, Thilo.
So, starting from pole position is the XRR of number 51 Sidious team, driven by Fast LT and later on by Rick. Going into the race from second position is Maddie for Noob Racing as a single driver effort. Then Upsus from Born to Race in the 23 XRR, followed by the 01 entry of Fast and Crazy and Conquest Racing Union with a 2:18.25. Fifth place is the 87 of Master Race Car, driven by Gemini and Mega. Sixth place for Aerotech Newsroom Racing with Sean Lee and Frankie. The 72 XRR is in 7th position for Team Race Benders. Pedro and later on Dano will drive that car. In 8th position, it's Race Green, the 54, driven by Falcon in qualifying. Other drivers in the race are going to be Madula and Eclipsed. So Ronnie driving that car. In ninth position, we've got the 42 FZR of Unite in the Super Series Racing team. 10th position is the number 14 car of Global Gaming Racing, driven by Erotica in the qualifying session, and which has the nickname the friendliest car on the grid, at least according to their skin. In 11th position, it's Aerotech car 18, driven by Fnatic and later on by Sam Holt. 12th position, the 09 Apex car. Sherlock did in the FZR a 2-minute 19.38. He's going to be racing together with Martinez later on during the race. In 13th position, car number 17 of FSR and GUM. In 14th position, Thorsten Ulrich in the 111 virtual drivers by TX3 XRR. 15th position is car 47 Ferrat Motors with Michael as a solo entry. In 16th position, we've got car 15 Global Gaming Racing number 3. In 17th position, the 75 of Heroes of Racing, driven by Juweb and Mensafest as second driver in the race. 18th position, it's War Faction with Heikki Hiotunen driving that car as a single driver effort. In 19th position, the 89 of Eyre Racing with Firestarter and Swifts. Sorry. In 20th position, we've got Team Rock Racing car 99 with Kryn and later on Hydro driving. In 21st position, it's another TRR car, this time Classic in the 33. In 22nd position, the 69 car of Red Devil Racing. In 23rd, it's Launch Racing number 25, driven by Paul Duffin and Adam Coupé. In 24th position, we've got the FFM entry number 22, a solo effort by Number. In 25th position, the number 10 car of Norme Français Racing, driven by Nanex and later on by Hiket. In 26th position, we've got the 77 Team BMW car. In 27th, the final Global Gaming Racing entry by Energy. In 28th, we've got the Series Organizer in the 07 TRR entry. And last but not least, the 29th position, the 107 car of GUM Racing. And these are our 29 starters for today's race.
Thank you very much for that, Thilo. I have a feeling that the 25 car, the launch racing car, has changed from the list we have here. David Duffin, who's currently driving that, or drove it during qualifying, is listed as driving for Launch Racing 1 in the 29 entries. So I'm wondering whether those guys have decided to join forces and drive all four of them in the same car rather than having two separate cars. That would make the most sense. So it's possible that Launch Racing will consist of 3 Duffins and Adam Coop, but we will see. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's no 29 on the grid, so...
So yeah, David driving for the 25 car. Yeah, it would be sensible. Okie dokie, so a few more house notices before we get going. The briefing will begin in around 8 minutes on Discord. 1 team member from each team needs to be on that server, the TRR Discord, for that briefing. Deco will lead the briefing to get everyone on the same page so that we know how the rolling start will work, how all of the procedures will work during the race. And then in around about 17 minutes time, the lights will go green for the beginning of the rolling start, and then we will go racing for 4 hours at Aston Historic. Our pole sitter, Sidus, fast, very good effort, had that lap in the bag pretty much from the beginning of the session, so he will lead away Maddie, and that's going to be quite an interesting fight because it's a team effort versus a solo effort, so Maddie will be in the groove for the whole race, whereas the Sidus drivers will have to warm up during their out laps, during their first couple of laps. So you'd say that Maddie probably does have the advantage in the first couple of stints, but as the race wears on, Maddie might begin to get a bit tired. Yes, they're driving in different classes. There's a solo and a team class, but nonetheless, if you win the race in either class, it's going to feel good. Same machinery.
Not to mention, if you're in a team with multiple drivers, not all the drivers are going to be absolutely identical on pace. Obviously, you benefit from potential consistency issues. If you're driving for 4 hours, it might take its toll towards the end of the third. You might start thinking, what am I doing? And you might drop off. But again, if you can keep the pace up and you have it from the get-go, you could win this.
Exactly. It's all to play for. Final call for people who want to get a mid-race interview. You can join the TC Gaming TeamSpeak server. We'll register you, move you into the stream waiting room channel, and then it's just a case of running your headlights on if you want us to drag you in for an interview. We won't interrupt you during battling or through the complex twisty corners. We'll chat to you on the straights and try and keep it as light as possible. No interrogations. It's all a bit of fun.
And you don't even have to jump in if you don't have to be driving to be interviewed as well. We'll be interviewing people all over the place. Some will be in the car at the time we're talking to them. Some would be waiting, jump in the car towards a pit stop. But it'd be nice to chat to you. So if you want to say hello, you know what to do.
Indeed. We will take a small break and we will be back around about 5 minutes before the start. So in about nine or so minutes time for the beginning of the race. So tune in then. Stay tuned in and we'll see you very shortly.
At a restart, we will call safety car being in at the end of the lap. The safety car will turn its lights by turn 16.
Hello, welcome back to the coverage for the 4 hours of Aston. Driver's briefing well underway, and then we'll grid up for the start of the race.
Yep, there's
In
just under
around
5
about
minutes
5
that
minutes'
separates us from lights out.
The race will be broadcast on this channel live in full, right up until the end. Joining me for commentary, Thilo Falkenberg, Jack Eyre, and race director Jonathan Palmer. Jonathan will be directing the race, and will jump in every so often with bits of information for us to keep us up to date with the track state and what's happening. But otherwise, Jack and Thilo will be joining me for the main commentary. 29 teams have qualified across 2 classes. We have a solo class and a team class. 5 drivers in the solo class have qualified, and the remaining 24 in the team class. Teams are formed of between 2 and 4 drivers. We ask that teammates should remain outside the server and only join during the in-lap. All the drivers are being told about this right now in the briefing. For those of you who are unfamiliar, there will be a rolling start, so the drivers will not go when the lights go green. The pace car will drive to the front of the grid and will lead the cars around for 1 rolling lap. The drivers will need to remain side by side.
Yes, and we just got the news that the pole sitter Fast has decided that he wants to start the race from the right side of the track, so the pole position will be on the inside for turn 1.
Okay, so a swap in position for the pole. That means that the safety car will start on pole and lead everybody away, so that the pole sitter can start on his preferred side of the grid. Something slightly different to what we're used to, but a nice choice for the pole sitter to be able to make. Maddie will start alongside him and will therefore be on the inside for turn 1 or the outside, Thilo?
Fast on the inside, Maddie on the outside.
Okay, so Maddie will have the outside line into turn 1. That is interesting. So Fast does get to dictate the pace, so if Maddie is caught napping, Fast will be able to get a nice run, hold the inside all the way down to turn 1. Maddie will immediately get the slipstream, no doubt. The drivers are beginning to ready up. Not sure whether they've been instructed to, but either way. Just a reminder to everybody watching, if you do join the server to relieve your teammate, make sure that your teammate leaves immediately. Do not hog spaces on the server. We've got a full server. We can't afford any spaces. So just make sure you're disconnecting. Just a couple of seconds away now from the start of the race. The race director is making everybody ready up. Still waiting for 5 or 6 drivers to be ready. The clock has ticked to the hour. Waiting on Team 22, Team 69, Team 33, Team 14, Team 87, and Team 12. Waiting for MRC, one of the global gaming cars, a Team Rock racing car. Gustas and Texas, the last two to ready up. Texas, the last car that needs to ready up. Just waiting on the 33 car. The 33 car has readied up. Now the race director will control the race. Here we go then. The safety car will lead everybody around. Our safety car driver is Trespasser. All the cars in the background begin to weave, begin to warm up their tyres.
This formation lap already can't do the race distance, so just for you out there.
The race timer will appear on the top of the screen when the drivers pass through the first split point, so don't be confused. The timer has started, but we will be informed of the race timer when the drivers cross over the first split at the top of the hill. 3 hours 58 minutes to go. The clock is counting down. Around the hairpin at the end of the back straight we go then, as the drivers make their way into the twisty part of the lap. For those of you watching the stream delay to the live action is around 4 seconds currently.
The grid is now in the final sector.
This is where everyone will start bunching up together. Hopefully they don't collide.
Sidus now will begin to control the pace as
Yep,
the
we're gonna
pace
see him
car
start backing
pulls
everybody
into the
up.
grid, into the pits, sorry. Yeah, he'll start to back everyone up. Everyone else behind will begin to bunch up, begin to fall next to the car alongside. There are still cars exiting the last corner, so they need to get a move on, because we're about to go green. The green flag message will appear on our screens. Drivers at the back of the grid only just in position. Sidus controlling the pace. Green flag. The Conquest car got a good start. Already
3 wide
alongside.
already. 4 wide.
Fast was not ready for the green flag. He's dropped back quite a lot already. Botev leads the pack away. Upsas making a move on the inside of Botev for turn 1. Botev falls to the outside. Upsas takes the lead.
Majority
Clean
of
through
drivers-
turn 1.
Yeah, I'm going to say very clean there.
Botev coming back at Upsas.
This is where it gets narrow though. They need to watch out here. Quite hard to go in here 2x2. They'll need to filter in together. Single file.
Everyone makes it cleanly through the uphill chicane on the first lap. Very good to see.
This is where we'll see the drafting coming into effect. You'll see just how much you can gain from following a car.
So yeah, the lead has changed a couple of times on the opening lap already. Botev back into the lead. Sidus fast. Down to 8th. Remember, he had a terrible start at the beginning of the last endurance race as well, so he needs to work on his race starts. He's already down to 8th place. But they won last time out. Let's see if they can win again here. Further back through the pack. This is Pedro. Fast is making a move on Nova. He moves to the outside, up the hill towards the hairpin. Still side by side. Fast pulls back in. But he's going to have another go. He's going to try and make it around the outside. Pedro, meanwhile, side by side with a GG car in the background. Sidus forcing the gap on Nova. Doesn't work. He has to go over the grass. That'll compromise his exit onto the back straight, and that's going to give you Knight a run on fast. Here he comes then. Easy peasy.
Quite a clean first lap. Say we're
Yeah, car
Such a
44
combination.
into the pits. War faction.
Yeah, an early pit stop for damage for Heike. Botev leads the pack. Upsas in second place, followed by Maddie, our first solo class driver. Then it's MRC Gemini, followed by Nova. And then the battle behind is getting spicy. We've got Unite up against Gustas. Gustas in the orange and blue car. Unite in the yellow and white FZR. Gustas very sideways out onto the back straight. He's now under pressure by Pedro. Side by side. It's a clean pass. Gustas will have the draft and will be able to get back at him into the hairpin if he's close enough. Thinks better of it. There's a move going on behind between Torsten Ulrich and Race Green.
Yeah, some smoke there, one of them locked up. Just shows how on the limit they are.
Yeah, Falken got around on the back straight, but now has to give the position back to Ulrich.
Meanwhile, the 44 car is back on the track and is currently on the back straight. So he's lost a good chunk of time. Almost a minute in the pits. Fnatic going very wide out of the sweepers there. Drops a little bit back from Apex Racing car.
As you see Falcon making a move there. They're alongside it into the hairpin. And he has the inside line.
And Nova and Fast side by side through the final sector. Oh, very bumpy through the chicane. And Nova gets the better exit.
Goes
the
defensive.
Clean run.
Weaving about a bit to keep Sidus out of the draft. Which way is he going to go?
Absolutely no defending against this draft. Look how powerful it is. Not leaving any space.
Lots of weaving about from Nova there.
There was just a car's width, but not even a millimetre more. Very tight racing.
Cars off in the background. That is Torsten Ulrich in the gravel. We've got two cars off.
Yeah.
Pedro sent it past just at the bottom of the corkscrew there against Unite. He's in front now. He's catching up to Fast. If he can get a good exit, he'll have the draft here. Can he capitalise again?
It's a really long back straight. Botev out front, Maddie second, Upsas third, Gemini fourth, Nova fifth, Sidus Fast ahead of Pedro, the car on screen, with Unite following behind, and Falcon just in the back of shot for race green. The train at the back of the pack is currently being led by Sherlock of Apex. There's a really, really long train of cars. The pack has definitely split in two around the 10th place mark.
Yeah, but it looks like Sherlock is overdriving his tires. They are already red.
Possible that he's left the pits with the wrong setup. Possibly leaving the pits with the qualifying setup. That would be a big mistake. They'd need to make a setup change at the pit stop. Fast is all up the back of Nova right now. Battle between Air Attack, Newsroom and Sidus. As they exit the final chicane now, onto the start finish. Nova tags the tyres a little bit. And that's given Fast the run he needs. Lots of back and forth between these two, side by side across the line.
It looks at the moment as though Botev is driving away from everybody else. I think the gap to the second car is around about 2 seconds. They were very similar, first and second on that last lap. Only a tenth separated the lap times.
Contact between Nova and Fast. Nova gets punted by Pedro.
Nova straight into the tyre barriers. That's big damage there.
Yeah.
Big damage.
So Nova left no room on the inside for Fast. No room was left, and Sidus had to either break out of it or had nowhere to go. Breaking out of it would have made it worse, so Nova should have left a bit of a gap, I think, there. But it's seen Nova in the barrier, and that's let Unite get past for 5th place. Unite now up to 5th, with Fast having to fall back to 6th. And that's going to be a bummer for Nova's race as he rejoins down in 21st position. He's got front right damage. Hopefully,
yeah, heavy damage front right. The whole right side actually is pretty. Yeah.
He's under attack by Kryn. Kryn gets past. Nova will have to consider whether he brings that car down the pit lane to repair that damage early, unless he hasn't got much suspension damage. It does look.
Oh, he has massive amounts of damage on the right side, so
okay.
He really has to get this car around the track into the pits.
So yeah, that car will be coming down the pit lane.
So yeah, just using the clip functionality on Twitch to rewatch that, because I just missed it unfortunately. It looked as though Nova tried to shut the door as the car behind him's nose was probably around a foot alongside him, and that sent him sideways, and then the car then further back sent him straight into the tyre barrier. But you can't always turn in if there's a car there. You have to be so careful. It's a long race.
It's a very long race, and we are only 14 minutes into it as Botev crosses the line. Maddie follows him through in second. Upsas from Born to Race in third, with Gemini from Master Race Car close behind. So the top four still relatively close together, they can still see each other, but the gap's beginning to string out, certainly down to 5th place with Unite, followed by
Nova stays
Fast. Nova stays out, interesting. So he's just trying to see how that car behaves. Maybe he doesn't want to pit now and he wants to wait and repair that damage at his first pit stop. We expect the first pit stops to happen just over the hour mark here. Whether the drivers change at their first stop or whether they choose to double stint is up to them.
Fastest lap currently set by Maddie, 2 minute 19.60.
So Maddie closing up to Botev then.
Yeah, I just noticed that those two were slightly closer together on track than they were a few laps ago. Only 0.02 of a second separate their split one times, so very, very similar.
On screen is FFM number, car 22 making a move on the outside of Simjintas. Global Gaming has to bail that, got it all wrong on the braking zone. Meanwhile behind, Kryn is having a go at Texas. These two are teammates, but they're driving for different cars, so it will be gloves off between the two team cars. Kryn runs very wide in the slipstream, gets a bit of a wiggle on, has to get that car under control and loses a bit of time as a result. The gap between Sherlock and the cars ahead has closed somewhat after that Turn 1 incident involving Nova. But the field's starting to spread out as Botev crosses the line once again.
And a new fastest lap by Maddie, 2:19.47, nearly 0.4 of a second faster than Botev on the last lap.
So that
Yeah, if we
gap
can keep this
beginning to
pace up,
come down.
that gap is definitely going to be closing. So 1.36 seconds separated the top two drivers at the line the last time around. If he keeps taking 0.4 almost out of the leader every lap, Maddie might find himself right behind him.
Nova finally doing his pit stop.
Yeah, I just noticed that car going down the pit road. That'll be stationary for a while. That's a big blow to that team. The only other car to make a pit stop is Heikki Hittinen, and he's going to overtake Nova now. So that Eyre Attack car will be in last place currently. So it's a recovery drive now for Eyre Attack Newsroom.
Oh, just a word from the stewards just there. Some cars under investigation. Car 51, 72 and 88. We'll get back to you as soon as we know anything else.
Yeah, that should be the accident in turn 1 with Nova and Fast.
Gemini is not letting Upsas get away. These two have been very close for quite a while now. While the gap at the front is concertinaing up, these two are dropping off the back of Botev and Maddie a little bit, but they're closing up to each other. So if these two can keep battling, maybe Fast can get back up to the front. He's currently in 5th. having had a terrible start, dropping him down to 8th position. It was his job to control the pace away from the start and didn't decide to bolt before the green flag. Instead waited for the green flag and got a bad reaction and let 7 other cars pass before turn 1 pretty much. So he will be on a recovery drive from 5th to try and get back up to those front positions. It's a long race, he's got time. Botev through turn 1, followed closely by Maddie. Falcon and Pedro are pretty close together as they enter the Eau Rouge corkscrew, call it what you like. Turn 3, essentially, at this track.
Someone spun. Oh, it's fast! Fast spun on the straight.
Yes, the number 51 car there, just rejoining the track.
Sidus's day goes from bad to worse. Hopefully he avoided the wall. It doesn't look like he did. There's a bit of front right damage on that car.
Yeah, there's also
but
a slight
just
rear
tiny.
left damage also. But
As he
that
has
looks
to let a couple of
cosmetic.
other cars through. That's the 2 GG cars, the first 2 GG cars. Global Gaming coming through. Gustas leading his teammate Rimtas. Sidus down to 12th now. So Fast proving that the beginning of the race is not his strong suit at all. But don't discount this team. We know what happened last race. They're a quick team and they can make anything happen, but he needs to start to focus. He needs to try and find that focus, not take too many risks at the beginning of this 4-hour race. 20 minutes gone.
Yeah, I think everybody here is trying to get themselves settled into a rhythm now. Hit the markers. They all know what they've got to do.
Just a reminder to everybody watching, you can get the live timing and LFS remote track watcher open. The links to those are in the Twitch chat right now. You can see where all the cars are on track live. Here comes Fast. Fast is going to have a run here. I think he's going to try and line up Rimtas down the back straight. Clouts over the curbs. And then it's a slipstream battle up the home straight. Fast with a very bad exit there. Quite a long way back from Rimtas now. So I don't think the move's going to be on into turn 1.
Meanwhile, up in front, leaders are within a second of each other after another fastest lap by Maddie with a 2-minute 19.21.
Yeah, I think if he keeps this up, we're definitely going to see a change for the lead. Botev with a very bad exit there onto the straight. Look how Maddie's closed him. He must have caught him probably 3 to 4 tenths of a second alone just on the straight.
There's going to be a move on for the lead of this race. Maddie started second but didn't get the best start, the start that he wanted. Botev got an absolutely flying start. Around the outside he went up into turn 1 and overtook about 4 people, maybe more, to take the lead early on. But now it looks like Maddie is the man on the charge and he wants that top spot.
Car 77 just did a pit stop, Team BMW, so is car 44, War Faction.
War Faction back in the pits for their second
Yep.
pit stop. What is that about? Maddie and Botev really close now. Maddie has that slipstream. Is he going to make the move here or is he going to wait until the home straight? Nah, he's impatient. He wants to get it done. He's passed for the lead up into the hairpin. Can Botev respond? Can the number 1 car, Conquest Racing, Fast and Crazy collaboration, can they come back at Maddie, who's doing this race solo? Maddie with a good exit there. Don't think Botev will have a response on this lap, certainly. Both of these drivers very experienced. No strangers to endurance racing and LFS, that's for sure. But for now, it does look like Maddie will take the lead of this race permanently. I don't think Botev has the draft. It depends what his exit's like out of the top of the corkscrew. Maddie with a much better exit there, using far more of the exit road, and Botev a little bit wide. And that battle is definitely neutralised for now. Maddie powers on.
As we're seeing the first of the lapped traffic, car number 44 just around the corner there from the leaders. They'll soon be catching him up.
Yep.
So the last couple of pit stops were for damage. Especially car 44's second pit stop of the day for major body damage, left front and right rear.
That's the car that you're seeing just in front of these two leaders there on the stream.
On the stream right now we have Firestarter from AA, Air Attack, catching up to the back of Torsten Ulrich. Firestarter driving the FXR, the four-wheel drive GTR car in Live for Speed. The FXR is a little bit down on top speed compared to the XRR and the FZR, but in the corners it's mighty. And some say it's a little bit easier to drive, so a bit more stable for those drivers who are driving the FXR.
But Torsten Ulrich must have had some issues in the first 26 minutes of the race, because he was further up the order at the start of the race.
And we have a car backwards, that's the car number 42, that's Unite, had an issue there into turn 2.
Oh dear, Unite drops down to P10.
He's 10th position now. Not quite sure what happened there, but he's able to recover quite quickly. Although I saw his rear tyre spinning up as he tried to get his car facing in the correct way. So we'll see if he has to cool them down.
Yeah, he really has to come down. In the overlay of Live for Speed, they are now shown in glowing red.
Texas is closing up to the back of the Red Devil Racing FXR. Sky driving that car currently. Texas driving for TRR, Team 33. It's a nice livery, that. Drops back a bit now, not the best of sweepers, and now he's under threat by Fragmaster's Number, a solo driver for this event. Coming up to half an hour gone.
Sorry to interrupt, but we've got a battle for third position, as Germany is now in the slipstream of Upsas on the main straight. Just at the tail end, he couldn't carry enough momentum out of the final chicane.
Yeah, Gemini are 10th faster than Upsas on that last lap.
Yeah, we mentioned that these guys were pretty close together. Pretty much from the start, you have to say this has been the closest battle for the whole race, pretty much, in terms of drivers not changing position, so very equally matched, these two.
Yep.
But it does look like Gemini has the momentum right now.
Oh, Upsas drops 2 tires on the grass, and now we've got Gemini very... Oh.
In the dirty air, has to...
Yeah, you definitely have to compensate for following in the draft here. You do lose out on quite a significant amount of grip, and with the elevation changes as well, you need to make sure you're not going to run wide, because with the slick tyres on these cars, only an inch of the tyre needs to be in contact with the grass, and that's it. You're going straight on. You are a passenger.
So it's all to work. He's got all that work to do again, Gemini. He's got to close that gap up again and then pick his place. He was caught out a little bit because Upsas dropped a couple of wheels, slowed down. Gemini took his normal line, but then realised there wasn't enough grip because of the dirty air and the loss of aerodynamic downforce over his car. That forced him onto the grass. We'll keep an eye on that battle as it progresses. Meanwhile, the gap between Maddie and Botev has opened up quite a bit as we approach the half-an-hour mark in this race. The first stint will be a little bit longer than the other stints because of the roll-up lap. The roll-up lap done at a slightly slower speed than racing speed, so not as much fuel being burned, not as much tyre wear on that lap.
Field fastest lap of the race so far, a 2:18.89. Just extending his gap there over Botev. The only thing I can notice that are different between the two leaders' cars, I'm looking on board now, and I'm noticing Botev's rear tyres are only slightly hotter, so whether they're running different pressures than each other, we'll find out how long each of their tyres last.
Botev definitely with a lower engine note going over the crest of that hill, so Maddie noticeably faster through the Eau Rouge section than Botev, unless it's down to gearing, but we did notice it before when Maddie was pulling a gap over Botev that Maddie did take a lot more of the exit curb at the top of the corkscrew than Botev, so that could be a place where Maddie is gaining time over the FNC Conquest Racing car.
Yep. 800th of a second separate both of their Sec 1 times on this lap. And an update from race control, the incident that was under investigation between cars 51, 72 and 88, no further action will be taken, so that will be deemed a racing incident.
To remind you, that was the battle into turn 1, wasn't it? Between
Yes.
Fast, Nova and Pedro was involved in that. Pedro was the car that collected Nova on the exit of that corner, or middle of that corner, should I say. On stream, currently the battle between Gustas and Michael. Gustas took to the grass moments ago. That won't help his tyres.
Ooh. Botev slightly out of shape, coming onto the back straight there, clouted the tyres there ever so slightly.
Unite closing up to the back of Fnatic.
Yeah, Botev was just under 6/10 slower than Maddie that last lap.
6/10 is a
increasing.
huge
It is.
chunk of time. Maybe Botev is overheating his tyres.
Oh, Fnatic with a mistake.
Yeah, onto the grass now. Dropping back, Unite takes the position. Unite up into 9th. Fnatic is now going to be under pressure by Bizzo. This is the FSR Gum Garage car. I believe it's the highest placed FXR at the moment. I might be wrong, if someone can double check that. But this car making its way past Fnatic up to 10th place. Will Fnatic have a response? Nice white livery on that air attack car there. but it's just been overtaken by the FXR of FSR Gum Garage with their Red Bull yellow and black style livery.
Just to confirm, that car is the highest place in FXO so far.
Fanatic not confident in the dirty air at all, drops a wheel going over the corkscrew and loses a whole chunk of time to Bizzo, so he's going to have a lot of work to do. Sherlock's all on his own, has been for a while. Fast has moved up to 7th, so he dropped back to 12th and has moved up to 7th, carving his way back through the group. Remember, this car started on pole position 35 minutes ago.
Gemini in the slipstream of Upsas. And he passes him on the straight.
So Gemini was able to bring that gap down over the last couple of laps again, and has made the move before the troublesome corkscrew section, where he lost all that time a few laps ago in the dirty air of Upsas. Now it's Upsas' turn to drop some wheels on the grass in the dirty air. He's close enough to make a comeback though. Let's see if he does. Doesn't look like it. So that battle neutralised through the sweeps. Meanwhile, Maddie's opened the gap to Botev.
Yeah, 3.2 seconds at split. Slowly increasing the gap.
Numbers catching up to the back of the Global Gaming FXR of Sim Jintas. But he won't be able to make much headway through the sweeping corners as Torsten takes to the gravel in the background.
And according to what I can read in the chat, Torsten Ulrich was in the battle with Number just moments ago.
Here comes Number. Runs a bit wide out of that corner, it has to be said. He's quite a way back now. Was really close entering it, but got a bad exit.
This will not be enough for the next hairpin.
I'm hearing from the safety car that car 44, Heikki Hittinen, has engine damage, which is that's bad at the beginning of an endurance race. Getting engine damage, you cannot repair that.
Yeah,
through a pit stop.
catastrophic that.
And it's closed up again in this battle. Torsten's caught up a little bit, but FFM Number going to be making the move. Goes to the inside on Sim Jintas. Makes the move stick for now, but can Sim Jintas make the move back? He moves back to the inside. Good to see the FZR balance of performance working well here. Remember, the FZR is running 27 kilograms of extra weight to compensate for its overpowered top speed. The XRR and the FXR have no such restrictions. But that move very clean by number on Simgintas then. Now that's opened the door for Torsten to have a go down the back straight. Torsten with a good exit. Really nice exit, and this is going to be...
He's going to be well in front.
Makes the move.
But is he getting attacked again?
Ooh,
Under
Round the
braking.
outside. Damping on the brakes there.
Oh, leaves loads of...
Fantastic
Keeps
driving.
it.
Oh, Torsten.
Slight contact. Spins the number 111 car around as he rejoins the track.
That was unfortunate.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there. Big send by Simgintas around the outside. Burnt a lot of rubber to get that move done.
Great to see moves like that though.
Good effort, yeah. Good to hear. Two
Confident
cars...
on the brakes.
Sorry to interrupt. Two cars close on track is Camaro and Nanex. Nanex driving the FXR. Camaro, a name we've not heard for a long time in LFS actually. Camaro driving the... This is a replica car, I believe. Nice livery. But he does appear to be pulling away from Nanex, so I wonder whether we missed a move there. Anyway, they were close, they're no longer close. Nanex has dropped off a bit for the NFR.
Yeah, there's definitely been an upset there. There's just under a second, 9/10 of a second to separate. They're split 2 times.
Launch Racing Duffin is now under attack by Rimtas. At least under pressure, not under attack.
A lot of damage on the front of that Rimtas's car there. I wonder whether that splitter is dragging. They might consider repairing that car at the pit stop. We'll have to see how it behaves around right-handers. Right up the gearbox of... Is that Paul Duffin for Launch Racing?
Yep. And Rimtas gets the run.
The battle for 14th. Rimtas moves past the number 25 of Launch Racing. Will he come back at him? Nope, decides to tuck in behind.
Oh, another message from race control. There's an incident on lap 16 between cars 46 and 111. That is under investigation.
Yeah, that is
the, what we just saw there.
Yeah.
The number 111 car facing the wrong way a lap prior.
Torsten goes on the gravel again through the kink onto the sweepers. Seen a number of cars doing that, just taking too much speed through the little kink before that corner, having to drop wheels on the gravel. Meanwhile, the gap up front has opened up to around about 4 seconds between Maddie and Botev. The gap back to third place from Botev is 13 seconds. So a huge gap opening at the front. Gemini and Upsas are still within a second of each other. More lap traffic to contend with. Traffic moves out of the way just before the corkscrew. Upsas moves around the outside of that lap traffic. Nicely done. Upsas
As
on
we were
the
saying
grass.
earlier, that's the one place you don't want to see lap traffic.
Yeah, the most tricky corner on the track, and that's where the lap traffic is. That's a tough deal.
Yeah, the most elevation change and the narrowest part of the track, all in one place.
This battle's bunched up again then. Torsten catching up to Firestarter.
And Firestarter is right behind Texas.
Yep. Torsten driving for Virtual Drivers by TX3. Let's move slightly further ahead and see this battle unfold between these three drivers. Closest three on track as Torsten moves to the inside before the kink.
And he gets the slipstream of Texas, so he can go to the inside for this hairpin.
2 in 1. Nicely done. Can he keep it on the exit? Looks like it. So 2 places on the back straight for Torsten. Very nice move. And he'll be safe from behind through the sweepers. Texas meanwhile.
And suddenly Quinn is at the back of Firestarter.
Yeah, Firestarter will want to repeat what Torsten did, but he's having a bit of trouble managing that. Quite a wide line. Crin's going to have a run. Crin could do the same again. Crin could have a run on both of these guys. Let's see if Crin can manage that. Ooh.
No, he lifts out of it. Thinks better of it. They're already too wide ahead.
This is getting spicy.
Not over though, even though he lifted. Ooh.
Crin was thinking about making that 3 wide into the hairpin. Firestarter gets around Texas. Texas side by side with his teammate Crin. Remember, these 2 cars are competing, but they are driving for the same team. Team Rock Racing, with 3 entries into this race.
Crin with the best chicane of those 3.
He was the only one that I noticed there that didn't absolutely send it over the curb, so he's got the better exit.
Past 1, can he be past?
From that, he's going to be in front.
So he has replicated Torsten.
And that's just how important the exit onto the straights are. You've got to make sure that you get the best exit you can possibly get. Because if you're in front and you have the draft, you're under threat.
We did have the first driver change of race, and the number 107 car of Gum Racing, Scott took over from Tom Fuel.
This car, the Gum Garage car 107, has huge engine damage as well. So there's been some. Yeah, look at this. Nanex straight around the outside. I know he lifted, but I'm pretty sure that car has engine damage. The race director. You can hear it. It's got engine damage. That car has engine damage. So that's going to be a long afternoon for those guys.
The race control obviously keeping an eye on this car.
There was a TRR car.
Yes, I saw that. He rejoins just behind.
Camaro with big damage on the left side and the left rear and the left front.
The drivers run a risk of being black flagged if they are damaged to the point where they cause an obstruction for other drivers or they're at risk. But I don't think that's the case at the moment with the 107 car. However, he is slowing down quite significantly. The number 7 car retakes his position. Even though they're on different laps, he seemed to let him by.
Big gaggle of cars coming through the last chicane. At the back of this battle is FFM Number. He's looking up the back of the Heroes of Racing car with Menzafest at the wheel.
So the incident involving cars 46 and 111. Race control have determined no further action. That's what we like to see. I don't think anybody here in the commentary box thought that any action needed to be warranted on that. That was a racing incident in my eyes.
Definitely. Number all over the back of Menza. Side by side then.
That's a bad line.
Oh, onto the grass. Still there. Contact. Menza off onto the gravel. That's going to be a wall hit. No, manages to keep it out of the wall. Very nice. That'll be a spin though. Yep.
360 and going again.
Number forced the problem there. Forced a 2 wide up into the chicane as Simjintas fires his horn through past Menzafest. Pretty unnecessary. I'm sure Menza knew he was there. No need to fire the horn. But unlucky there for Heroes of Racing, dropping quite a lot of time. Number moves up to 16th place with that move.
So we're going to see a change of position for 8th place. We're seeing Sherlock and Unite very close together. Just coming into the start of Sector 3 now. Not quite close enough to dive bomb or even move to the inside to show him in his mirrors that he's there.
I'm being asked on stream for onboards, so your wish is my command. This is the view from Unite's car as he's chasing down the Apex car.
Absolutely almost identical lap times there from the car in 8th and 9th place, the number 9 and the number 42, with 2:19.85 and a 2:19.86. So hundredths of a second separates these two as they fight for 8th position.
Oh, Thorsten Ulrich spun.
Yep,
And
that's at the last corner.
I think it was something involving the Heroes of Racing car. Not sure about that. Just saw a familiar blue in the corner of my eye.
Meanwhile, on the back straight, Unite, a fantastic exit. He's going to be alongside Sherlock here. He chooses the outside. Doesn't quite get alongside, but it means he can switch back to be on the inside for the braking zone. Hard on the brakes in a straight line here, and he is on the inside. And Sherlock hold it around the outside.
Got a car in the gravel.
Just not quite.
Sorry, we've got a car in the gravel. We've got cars in the gravel. 2 cars in the gravel. That was Texas and Nova again. No, it wasn't Nova, sorry. It was Texas and Firestarter, I do believe, in the gravel. Sorry, Jack, to interrupt.
No, not at all.
Guy flies around the outside of Firestarter now. So there was a big incident into turn 1 between Texas and Firestarter. Not sure what happened there. So yes, Unite has got past the Apex car. Sorry we missed that.
The next driver changes are upon us.
Botev must have found some pace again. He's getting a second win. He's just set the fastest lap of the race with a 2:18.29. That lap puts him 2/10 faster than P1, so the gap's coming down.
The gap is certainly coming down between those two. It was 4 seconds, it's now 3 seconds, and we are approaching the driver change window. We're approaching the first hour, so some teams may opt to do a double stint. Obviously the solo drivers will not change, they will remain in the cars. Maddie, one of them, leading the race, he will just take his pit stop. He will be, I think if I'm not mistaken, the solo drivers are forced to a stop and hold as a little bit of a penalty for not having a driver change, unless that's been lifted.
Yeah, we have a couple cars in the pits. Car number
25, Launch Racing in the pits, along as well as Gustas, car 14 from Global Gaming. 2 cars in the pits. Will they make driver changes? We will
Yes,
see.
at least the second drivers are on the server.
That
And
was a
so for
20-second
25.
stop. For
Yeah,
car
for-
number 25 there.
Yeah, David Duffin takes over from Paul Duffin.
24-second stop there for car number 14, so very close in terms of stop time.
Yeah, and Erotica takes the car back on track, taking over from Gustav.
Nice driver changes there from those 2 teams. Gets it out of the way for the time being as Camaro from TRR shoots past Erotica. Erotica has been dropped into a new car with a little bit of damage, so he's got to get used to how that car feels and do a bit of warm-up before he can start to set his representative lap times. Erotica has his headlights on, which means he is ready for a driver interview. We'll let him settle down and we will drag him in in a few moments' time to see how he's getting on and see how the team's race is going. He turns his headlights off, so I assume that means he's changed his mind.
Maybe he heard us.
Possibly. Michael is in 12th place. He has his headlights on. We will drag Michael in for an interview when he hits the home straight. Hello, Michael. Can you hear us?
Hello, I can hear you.
Hello. You're driving the Ferrat Motors car in this race. How is your race going so far? You're currently in 12th position.
Yes, so far so good. I was able to avoid mayhem in opening laps, so 12th place is rather good for me. I aim for top 15 overall so far, but I think I can do much better, so let's see where I can finish.
Very nice. You're just approaching the chicane, so won't talk to you for a few moments. Nice exit onto the back straight.
Yeah.
You are catching Fnatic, the next car ahead of you. The gap's quite big though.
I think he's getting further and further from me, so I don't know.
6 seconds gap, so we'll keep an eye on you throughout the remaining of your stint. Are you in the car for the whole for the next hour, or are you doing a driver change?
I am driving solo, so I am here until the very end.
Ah, yes, you're one of the solo drivers. My mistake. Yeah, so you're driving the whole race. So yeah, just over 3 hours to go. When can we expect your first pit stop?
Sorry, one more.
When can we expect your first pit stop?
In about, I don't know yet. I don't have a strict plan, but my tires are looking quite good so far, so I think I may extend my stint for a little bit. We will see.
Okay, well thank you for joining us. We'll have a chat to you later on in the race. Good luck with your first stop, and keep pushing and try and catch up to Fnatic in the Air Attack car.
Thank you. See you.
Thanks, Michael.
All the best.
Michael there, driving in the solo class for Ferrat Motors. We have a car down pit lane, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, that's Apex Sherlock at the pits.
See whether Sherlock hands over to anybody.
Not on the server,
There's
so
no one
I
else on the
guess he's...
server yet.
Pedro, meanwhile, close behind Upsas.
Pedro has made up a lot of time since that incident with Nova at turn 1. Sent Nova spinning into the gravel because Nova cut in a little bit on Sidus on Fast's car.
Two cars side by side going into turn 1. Battle for 20th position, car number 89 and car number 33 is Texas. Draws it up the inside. They are still side by side on the exit of the corner. What's going to happen into the corkscrew? Texas got to be careful not to commit too fast when he's in the draft.
Fast starts are all over the place on the exit.
Yeah,
He'll
we have
a run.
Eyre drop here. Texas getting the better exit. He's going to be alongside him. It all comes down to who's better on the brakes here, really. Because you have enough draft to get alongside, but not necessarily enough to finish the move. It all comes down to the braking zone here.
Holds it around the outside to begin with. Contact.
Light contact, but they both managed to keep control of the car. And a slight lift there from Texas. Oh!
Contact again. Not an overtaking position place into that corner there.
Yeah.
So that battle neutralised.
Texas looked as though he did back off there, so whether the air attack car ahead caught him off guard with how much he slowed down for that corner, I'm not sure. But I don't think any of those planned to touch each other just then.
Pedro, meanwhile, is still trying to catch up to Upsas. I wonder if there'll be a run on the back straight. All depends on Upsas's exit. It looks good. Pedro lifts. He's waiting. He's biding his time. He's biding his time for this overtake. He doesn't want Upsas to have a go at him, to come back at his car. So he lifted a bit. He's waited till now to make the move. Smart driving by Pedro, and he moves up to 4th for now. See if Upsas can come back at him through the sweepers. Upsas backs off for now, staying out of the slipstream. He doesn't want to overwork his tyres through the twisty corners up the hill, so that battle definitely neutralised for now. And Upsas is going to have to keep looking in his mirrors because Sidus Fast is catching him at a rate of knots. We're about to tick over into the second hour of the race here.
Side by side on the main straight, car number 10 and number 14. This is a battle for 22nd place. Erotica through there, but he's still under threat. Remember, you can get past, but you can then get past, if you know what I mean. In one straight there can be 3 or 4 position changes, but the draft here is quite significant. Although Erotica makes that move, and it sticks.
Nice move by Erotica there.
As we have another car in the pits, car
It's
number
Maddie.
12 in second place.
Maddie, our race
First
leader.
stop of the race.
Yep. Into the pit lane. Right on the hour, so Botev will have an advantage here. He'll have lower fuel, better tyres.
Yep, 25-second stop there by Maddie. That's about the average. The fastest I've seen so far is 23.
And Botev's teammate is already on the server, so pit stop is not too far away.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's possible that we might see a splash and dash at the end for a couple of drivers. If Maddie is pitting bang on the hour, remember that they had a rolling lap which took a couple of minutes, at least 3 or 4 minutes the rolling lap, so a 50, 55, 56 minute stint for Maddie. The pit stops could become very, very important. I mean, if Botev can eke out an extra lap on the tyres and fuel every stint, then Botev and the FNC Conquest car could win this on pit stops alone. Remember that these two were only 3 seconds apart when Maddie pitted. So the pit strategy already coming into effect. Botev able to stretch his stint 1 lap longer at least than Maddie. So if Botev comes down the pit lane this time, we will see whether he's already jumped Maddie. Maddie's out lap will be a lot slower than Botev's in lap, you'd think. Botev with way less fuel on board.
A couple updates here from race control real quick. We've had a couple punctures that we've missed. Car 111 that's been featured on the stream a few times, and car 77 both with right front punctures. Now whether that's down to tyre wear, maybe they're not pitting as early as they need to, or whether that's they're locking up too much. Either way, those two will have been in the pits and replaced their tyres.
Yeah, don't forget that the triple one also had quite an entertaining first hour with some contact and at least 2 spins, so maybe that is also to blame for
And
the
what's
right
happened to
front
Pedro there? He's crashed on the way into the pits by the looks of it, but he's managed to recover and get it stopped in the pit box.
Meanwhile, Gemini has managed to get even another lap out. Gemini in 3rd place is still on track. He hasn't pitted yet, so he has managed an extra lap more than Maddie and Botev. Maddie comes past at pit exit. Here comes Botev, side by side. This is the theoretical lead of the race. Maddie just about gets ahead, so you can see how much of a difference that lap's made. Botev is closer, but now Maddie will have fresh tyres and he will have had a lap to warm them up. So now the ball moves back into Maddie's court. He just about manages to get ahead of the FNC CQ car. Now at the wheel of that is Gozki. Gozki takes over. So Maddie has his work cut out with this car. Very, very close for the lead of this race. Gemini currently in the lead, but yet to make his first pit stop.
By the way, we just had the interview with Michael, and he's also staying out so far, so he's also able to stretch life out of his tires.
So yeah, the battle between the top drivers here is very interesting because Gemini Sidus. Oh, we've got a car on the wall. Upsas has a puncture. He's gone in the wall. I'm pretty sure that's a puncture. He was in the wall at the top of the hill. I'd be surprised if it wasn't, because why else would he have crashed there? If someone could confirm whether that car has a puncture, that would be... Doesn't sound like it. They're braking very early for the hairpin. Yeah, that car's got a puncture.
Yeah, front right puncture.
So Upsas has pushed his car too far.
It looks down to tyre wear as well.
Yeah,
these drivers opting to stay out that little bit longer to give them every advantage, but as we're seeing, it's backfiring, and it is always
gone
the
again.
right front.
Gemini's gone for another lap, so Gemini's pushing this stint as long as he can. It's already 1 hour and 6 minutes, so by the time he gets it round, it will be 1 hour and 9 minutes. Will his tyres last?
I'm looking at his tyre diagram right now, and they look pretty healthy, I won't lie to you.
Wow, so Gemini's very, very
get another
kind
or
to his
even
tyres.
2 more out of this, but
yeah.
Is it worth pushing it anymore? He's already in the lead. He's gone 3 laps, if not more, longer than the rest of the entire field.
Lots of cars in the pit lane.
First penalty of the race. Car number 51 has a drive-through penalty.
Sidus fast. It goes from bad to worst for Sidus. He's given himself a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Let's keep an eye on Gemini. He has to come in this lap, you'd think. Unless his tyres really are that good, he'll have to come in for fuel at some point anyway.
Due to the pit stops, Michael is now up in 4th position, so you really see how the later pit stops shuffle the field.
Yeah, Michael in 4th place currently without doing a pit stop. Other drivers who haven't yet pitted include Kryn, and I think that's it actually. Gemini, Kryn, Number and Michael have yet to pit, so Number up to 5th for FFM in the solo entry. Maddie has retaken 2nd place in the race, but he will lead when Gemini pits. Gozki's dropped back a bit from Maddie. The gap has definitely opened up, so Gozki not able to turn the car on as quickly as he needed to right now. Air Attack Firestarter has not pitted either. He's down in 15th, so he'll be making up a few positions while he's out of phase, but then he'll drop back down again when he does pit. Here comes Gemini. Gemini into the pit lane. Does a 1 hour 8 minute stint. Gets the car just about slowed down for pit entry and brings the car down the pit lane. Maddie exiting the last corner. And Maddie retakes the lead of the race. Gozki makes his way past a little bit of traffic and he will retake 2nd place. Gemini still stationary, so taking on a lot more fuel. And he now moves away. Michael will stay out. Michael stays out again. So Michael's pushing this past the 1 hour 10 mark. He did mention in his interview that the tyres on his car looked pretty good. So we'll see just how far Michael can push that car. He's done 1 hour and 9 minutes on those tyres, and he'll have another 2.5 minutes left on them at least, because he's got to complete this lap now. The gap between Maddie and Goshki is around about 4 seconds again. 4.5 seconds the gap.
Fire starter now in the pit.
So the only cars still out on track who haven't made a pit stop are Kryn and Michael. Kryn up to 9th place. Anyone still out on those tyres is definitely pushing their luck. Michael is now coming up into the sweeps. But yeah, seeing people popping tyres before an hour, they need to calm down, be a little bit more careful with their rubber, because they'll have to do an extra pit stop at the end of the race if they can't make it an hour, and that will hurt you. That's at least 30 seconds in the pit lane, at least.
Closest cars on track right now. As I say that, the 19th position car, number 14, makes a slight mistake onto the back straight.
Yeah, he's still following Menzefest.
It was a lot closer just a second ago. A couple corners ago, I thought he would have been past him here by now.
Menzefest doing a double stint.
Yeah, but I've seen Jürgen on the server, so there might have been some issues with the driver change.
Michael stays out again.
Michael staying out again is a surprise, I will be honest. This is a very long stint. I am quite surprised by this. I don't know how he's managed to... How he will have managed to get almost an hour and 15 out of those tyres.
Two-stop strategy, anyone?
Testament to his smooth driving. Two-stop. Michael would have to last another 5-10 minutes to make a two-stop strategy work, and honestly, if he can pull that off, then wow. But it's not going to happen. That would be incredible. But yeah, Michael currently showing the rest of the field how it's done. In 3rd place. We'll see how many places he will have gained after this effort, because he will have gained some. All the cars around him have full fuel. He's still running around with fumes in his tank and nice and toasty tyres.
The thing is, when you're looking at the LFS information about his tires, they are looking okay in terms of the tread on him. Just the temperature is now starting to fall.
We've got a battle. It's not a battle for position, but it looks like Koski's just lapped a car into the hairpin. Nova and David Duffin pretty close. Battle between Launch Racing and Air Attack Newsroom. Nova having a think about it, but tucks back in.
Michael stays out again. Drove him past the pit entry once again onto lap number 31.
That's impressive. That's very impressive. His lights are off. He doesn't want us to distract him.
Hashtag do stop.
Michael is the sweatiest man on the server. He's going to be bathed in sweat, looking at his tyres like, how long will they last?
And you need to think about it, that he is driving solo, so there will be no way to cool down after the stint.
Yeah, no, he's going to have to push for the whole 4 hours, same as Maddie. To put it into perspective, Maddie's only just got to the end of the back straight, and Michael is only just beginning. So, Michael, yeah, he's not that high up in this race, but if he can keep putting in impressive length stints like this for the next couple of stints, he's going to gain some time back over the other drivers, and it could be a solid result for him. Kryn has pitted, so it's just Michael
here from race control. Any part of the car touching the blend line on the pit exit is a violation, so we'll keep an eye out for that. Your first offence is a warning and the second's a drive-through, so we'll see if there's any drivers that get caught out by that. Obviously, on the way into the pits, you have to obey the entry line, the same on the way out.
Nova's just overtaken David Duffin into turn 1. They must have had a drag race up the start-finish straight. David is all over the back of Nova. But now it's a case of who will have a better exit. David drops it onto the grass. That's not gone well for him.
Good that he's got 4-wheel drive.
Yeah, 4-wheel drive definitely helping him out a little bit there.
So does Michael pit this lap?
Let's see.
As he comes around the final corner. No, he doesn't.
Michael's
Stays
going for a
out.
2-stop. Confirmed. Nah, I'm joking. He's not. He can't make a 2-stop work. That would be amazing.
It is reported that he did 35 lap stints in practice, so
35 laps. How long's that? At his current pace?
another 3 laps at least, and since we've got a pace lap before, maybe even a 4th lap.
Michael could be going for a. He could be going for a 2-stop. I never thought that would be possible. That's amazing. Okay.
And in an
Path-
hour's time, we'll
Path
be saying he's
Seeker's
doing a
also-
1-stop because he'll still be out there.
Well, we'll see how that goes for him, but easily the longest stint of the day. And if he keeps going at this rate, it could be by upwards of 5 laps longer than anyone else.
Looking at the tyre diagram, because I'm on board with him currently, just watching now, there's absolutely 0 tread left on his tyres to the point where there's hardly any temperature in the tyre
Right,
itself.
he
The
needs to come
only
in
temperature I can even see is on the sidewall.
He needs to come in then.
So he definitely needs to come in because he's probably going to be feeling the lack of grip now.
I'm wincing at the screen here. I don't want to see a puncture from Michael because this is a risky strategy. The tyre diagram only tells you so much in Live for Speed. Yes, your tyres can look like they've still got a couple of pixels worth of tread on them, but if one patch on the whole tyre goes below a certain threshold, that's it. The puncture will happen. So if he's avoided any slides or lockups, then he should be okay, but he needs to honestly think about bringing that car in, because this is starting to push his luck.
Yeah, also you've seen him quite a bit sideways the last 2 laps. Simply because the tires don't generate that much grip anymore.
Indeed. Come on, Michael. Do the right thing.
Oh, big spin, big spin.
He's going
He
out
stays
again.
out.
10th position
Oh, man.
is involved in that as well.
Who was it? Sorry, Jack. Oh, yes, here we go. Bizzo. Big damage.
He's down in 11th now.
Yeah. Looks like he's got suspension damage on that right side.
No, he has not.
Visual damage, but no mechanical
okay.
damage. Looking at this, his tyres are quite hot though. He did about 15 rotations.
And from the looks of it, the whole affair started with a contact with car 107. At least that's what race controllers now investigating.
Well, that's his teammate. If it is, because car 17 and car 107 are in the same team, both representing Gum Garage, one of which is a
Michael's-
collaboration between FSR.
Michael's on lap 33 now. The race is an hour and 18 minutes underway, which means we've been actual green flag racing for around about an hour and 15 now at this point. How long can he keep these tyres alive for?
Well,
There's about
that's
a
the question
pixel of
everybody's
tyre
asking.
tread left on my screen.
Oh, it's you don't want it to happen, but you can't help but think. I mean, Gemini's catching him at a rate of knots here. Not Gemini, sorry, Mega. Michael does drive for MRC, but he's driving under the Ferrat Motors banner today. But his teammate from regular racing is catching him a bit here. But yeah, Michael out of phase with every other driver on the grid currently. The only car to not have pitted. Still 29 runners. We had 29 runners start this race. We have 29 runners currently in the race.
And we still have 21 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, the incident between cars 17 and 107, the two the two GUM cars, is under investigation. Michael goes out again. He's really, yeah, wow. Maddie leads the race still with an hour and 20 minutes gone, followed by Gojki, who's dropped back a bit, but
Yeah,
Gojki
2 seconds on the last lap.
Gojki new to the car after Botev's opening stint, so Gojki clearly not able to keep the screws on as well as Botev, but nevertheless.
Yeah, but he also had to lap 3 cars, so
yeah, but
the
so did Maddie. Maddie had to get past those as well, so better traffic management by Maddie, I guess.
So
yeah,
the
probably.
22 and 88 car, I believe they've switched positions. That's AOR Nova and that's Number. Although I am on board with Nova now, looking at his tyres, the inside of the front right tyre is red. So whether that's damage, I don't think it could be, but might just be using just a little too much steering lock in the corners, and that could hurt his tyres. Obviously, it's the front right, and that's what we're seeing is the most easily puncturable tyre so far. We've had at least 3 punctures from people trying to keep the car on track just that little bit longer. Not as long as Michael, however. Still out there. Lap 34. And he's still setting pretty respectable times as well. He sits in 3rd.
Ayub has taken over the B2R car from Upsas. Remember, they had a very nice start, this team, but they're down in 12th place currently, battling with the Air Attack team car with Fnatic at the wheel. This is quite a close group. We've got Bizzo at the lead of this trio. Then it's Air Attack, followed by Born to Race.
So, 2 cars very close to each other. Battle for 22nd position. 44 car and 111.
Side by side. So this is the red and white car of Heikki Hittinen is the one with engine damage supposedly, but he seems to be okay against
They touch.
Torsten. It seems okay. That car seems okay. So Heikki definitely still in this race.
Michael in the pits.
Michael finally pits.
After 33 racing laps.
Very interested to see where Michael will rejoin, having stretched out his first stint to an hour and 23 minutes.
Maybe on the pacing lap, he just took his time and didn't warm his tyres up as much as the rest of the grid.
Torsten's dropped back a bit. It's not Torsten anymore. It's not Torsten anymore. It's his teammate. Sorry. Michael Kasbrink now in that car.
Yeah,
So he'll be
down
warming
to
up.
third, 12th position for Michael.
He was around 14th. He was around there, wasn't he, when we interviewed him? So he's come out right behind Ayub and Fnatic. So really close with this battle. He wasn't anywhere near them. If you remember, he was in a battle with Fnatic. Fnatic was miles ahead of him, 6 seconds, and now the gap between Fnatic and Michael is down to around about 4 seconds by the looks of it. Maybe even less than that. So Michael definitely closing the gap to these guys.
More bad news for car number 107 in last place, which is 29th. They have an unsafe rejoin against them. Whether that equates to anything, a warning, or anything else, we'll see soon. But that's the car with engine damage, guaranteed engine damage. Significantly slower.
Yep, as he gets overtaken easily by the Gum Garage car and just has to let... He's braking on the straight just to let these guys through. It's nice that Race Control have let him carry on.
Yeah, you got to think though, is it worth it? He's on lap 33 compared to the leaders on lap 36. If we have a safety car, obviously the pack will bunch up again, but I'm not sure if he'll be able to claim any of those laps back. And if he does, he'll be significantly slower again, unfortunately. But we'll keep an eye on him.
Yeah, he's a lap behind 28th, the 77 car. Gojki's got more traffic to deal with. He's coming up against a Team Up Racing car. Unite's on the grass out of the exit. He was catching up to the back of Mega. This is the battle for the podium. Unite is up to 4th and he's looking at Mega, who currently holds 3rd. I'm guessing that means that Fast has served his drive-through, or Sidus have served their drive-through. Rick Cardle now at the wheel of the Sidus car, down in 6th position, having started the race on pole. Race Green Mandula in 7th place, the brightest green car on the grid, as per usual. Mandula takes the car over from Patrick Hall.
Jostling for position, battle for 9th place between cars 18 and 23. 23 car there on the inside.
The battle for 9th place. Didn't mean 9th place, did you? Which place did you mean?
9th place.
10th.
Oh, 10th, sorry.
10th. Ah, I see, thank you. So yeah. Fnatic and Ayub. Ayub gets past, and now Michael is catching Fnatic. The car he's been in a battle with the whole race. Michael started this race in P15, he's up to P12. Just confirmation that Sidus have served that drive-through penalty, so 6th place is their position currently in this race. As we approach the 1.5 hour mark, 1.5 gone, 2 hours 32 to go. Maddie comes up some lap traffic.
Ooh.
That was very close. The FXR braked on the exit of the corner.
Yeah, but in a corner where you usually keep full throttle.
Yeah,
And that
so
FXR actually is off the track now. Another lapping
Unite-
car.
Unite's got past Mega, just about caught the end of that battle. Mega sends it again, side by side, very deep. Unite holds it around the outside because Mega's on the curb. They're still side by side here.
This 107 car's got to be incredibly careful. Unfortunately in last position with engine damage and or the suspension damage, it can become quite dangerous.
Ooh!
He's braking all over the place.
Again,
only be a
braking
matter
in
of
the
time.
middle of the straight.
Yeah, it's not what you want to do. You're letting a faster car by. You know you need to be completely off the racing line, and you don't necessarily have to brake. You can just lift. And with engine damage anyway, it's not as though he's got to slow down at all to let anybody by, because unfortunately everybody else is faster than him, and he comes into the pits. Car 7 is into the pits. Would that be the end of their race?
You'd have to think that
the second driver is on the server, so probably
possibly a driver change. Yeah.
Well, we'll see. Obviously, they will keep that engine damage for the remainder of this race. However, the rest of the car will be repaired. Can anybody else get anything out of that?
They did a short first stint. I remember that they were in the pit lane around the 45-minute mark. So it might be that they are doing 45-minute stints.
And we have a crash. We have a crash. Car 51.
Oh, Sidus.
In P7.
Rick's crashed it at the chicane.
Not sure what happened there. He's got quite significant rear left damage, cosmetic and mechanical. Front left damage also.
More bad luck for the Sidus car.
Now, he's the rest of this lap to analyse whether he wants to pit or not. Obviously the driver, it's down to them. If they feel they can drive through the damage, they probably will in order to save an extra stop. However, if it's significant enough, it can impact the life of the tyres and obviously the lap times. But it's now down to them to decide whether they need to repair it now or at their next scheduled stop. See how he gets on for the remainder of this lap. Still fairly committed there up the hill. Not completely flat out, however, you can see he's just gauging the grip levels of the car. Now the steering is definitely offset to the left there by about 3 or 4 degrees. I think he'll come in and stop.
That'll be a big shame for that team. They'll lose a whole chunk of time, but it is right at the beginning of Rick's stint.
Yeah.
They've only been in that car for... Rick's only been in the car for about 25 minutes.
To be honest though, I'm not seeing any toe damage, I'm seeing upper and lower damage. So we will see.
See what his lap times are, see if he's having to nurse any sort of problem.
Yeah. Well, the tyre you need to look out for in terms of longevity and life is the front right anyway. So if the damage on the left side of the car, even if it does wear faster than it normally would, it still won't be wearing as fast as that front right. So he might be able to get away with this, but it's all down to how he feels and how fast he is. Unfortunate to see, however.
Definitely unfortunate.
Yeah, he's staying out. So the driver obviously thinks he can drive through it. We'll keep an eye on his pace and hopefully they don't lose out too much.
Yeah, we've seen it with Nova earlier, who also did at least one full lap, maybe 2 full laps before he decided to finally pit and repair the car. Maybe he's still optimistic about nursing it through the end of the stint.
No, I don't actually think they've lost out on that much performance. On board with the car in 6th position through split 1, they did a 38.88, and the car with damage in 7th place, the number 51, did a 39 dead, so just over a tenth slower.
Yeah, Mandula putting in a shift here, 6th position for race green. They'll be very pleased with that, I'm sure.
Oh, car number 17 had an off in the approach of the uphill chicane. He lost at least 3 positions.
Yeah, Bizzo with that front right cosmetic damage. It's given Michael 10th place. Meanwhile, Michael has now got past Fnatic. We missed this. Michael's moved up to 10th.
Yes, that must have happened a few laps ago actually, because I'm just looking. Fnatic is actually 3/10 faster in Sector 1 so far. We'll see what the splits are like when they cross the line at the end of Sector 2.
Fnatic with front left damage.
We could see 11th place catching back up to Michael.
Oh yeah, Fnatic with left side damage.
That could have been potential contact with another car.
Upper and lower wishbone, front and back left, and a little bit of toe damage.
He's now under pressure by Eskimos. Mobile Garage. Side by side into the braking zone for the hairpin. Eskimos on the outside, runs it round. Leaves plenty of space and makes the move. Nice pass around the outside of the hairpin. Will Fnatic bring that car down the pit lane?
Very tidy there.
That was a really nice overtake.
Just enough racing room is what we like to see.
Fnatic
great
stays
exit
up.
onto the start-finish straight.
The GUM Garage Team 107 gets a drive-through penalty for an unsafe rejoin. That has been the situation earlier with their teammates in the 17 car.
So Tom Fuel will bring this car down the pit lane to serve this drive-through right now. In he comes. And he'll be on his way again. But down in last place, 29th place. Goshki, meanwhile, still holding station in P2. Unite is a fair few corners behind in his FZR. In third, Mega closing him down in fourth. Onifus, who took over from Pedro, is in 5th place. This is car 72. This is the Race Benders team. Pedro, of course, drives in the TRR 2020 Championship with Road Appraiser. Fnatic is still over the back of Eskimos, but gets it all wrong into the hairpin. Has to drop back a bit, and he's now under threat by Bizzo. Remember, Bizzo had that off and is wanting to retake those places that he lost, maybe. But anyway.
Saw him lift on the approach to the final corner there. I think he's just going to let him have it. He wants to draft here into turn 1. That's what the most important part is. He could have got past in the last corner, but again, he would have been under threat here, whereas now he's the one attacking because he's been patient. Let's see what he can do. Great move there. Can he keep it?
Looks like it. It's great to see the FXR being competitive up and down the grid. Bizzo currently in 12th place.
Now it's all about the exit here onto the back straight. Here's another great opportunity for drafting. And Fnatic just not quite getting the exit that he wanted. He's not going to be close enough this time around.
Unite is looking at this little fight ahead. He's going to... He had to take evasive action on these cars. It's a TRR car.
Yeah, that was Texas and Swift's. And Swift's just got a drive-through penalty for chatting.
Okay, so Swifts will lose some time here. He is in a direct battle with Texas, as we just saw.
And also in a direct battle with the 111 car of TX3.
Yeah, Michael Kasperink ahead. But Swifts will have to take that car down the pit lane. He also has to let Unite through. Unite in third place behind him. So Swifts will be getting a blue flag message on his screen. He moves out of the way to the right hand side.
And maybe he didn't realize yet that he has got a drive-through, because the blue flag message obviously overrides that on the screen.
Yeah, maybe when Unite gets past, that message will get through to him. Hopefully his team are telling him he has a drive-through. As he goes on the grass...
Slight contact with the barrier. I don't think there's any mechanical damage there.
I was more worried about him
for
coming
you.
back on in front of Unite, but yeah, he seems to get that under control. Now it's Michael's turn to move out of the way for Unite.
And that's a slow car. Something happened to Hydro, the 99 car in 19th position. Some damage there. He was slow. Not sure why. Quite significant mechanical damage on the left side there. Upper and lower, front and rear.
This is the car that Kryn was driving earlier. Kryn qualified
Will he bit
this
this
car.
lap? I'm not sure.
You'd have to think he would. There's a bunch of mechanical damage on that car. So unless he just wants to keep it out for a few more laps and work out what's happening.
Looking at the tyre diagram, his tyres seem to have equalised out. The outside is the warmest part of the surface of the tyre, so it looks as though he's been driving like that for a few laps now.
Fnatic
must be able
just
to
dropped
drive
it.
around it.
Fnatic just dropped it at the top of the corkscrew and allowed Nova to fly through. So Fnatic is dropping like a fly. Whether it's to do with his damage that he's picked up will remain to be seen.
Yeah, has he picked up more?
No, I don't think he hit the wall. I think he was just all out of shape on the exit.
I'm noticing there's some actual damage on the right now, only slightly.
Maybe he did
I
climb
wonder
the
where
curb
that's
or
come from.
the wall.
Could be. With his rear right shock damage and front right slight upper and lower wishbone damage.
Swifts has 3 laps to serve this drive-through, or else he will be penalised. He's in the pit lane.
The pits.
And he exits to serve his drive-through. Filler looks like he'll probably get past for Red Devil Racing, and that will drop Swifts down to 24th. No, Swifts gets out well ahead of Filler. But that is a direct battle between the two FXRs. Out front, Maddie has a comfortable gap on his own in the solo class, ahead of Gojki, who's driving for the Fast and Crazy Conquest Racing collaboration. Then it's SSRT Unite, way back on the track, but currently holding 3rd position. Then it's Mega, who is only a couple of seconds behind Unite, but is dropping back a little bit every lap at the moment.
We've got a battle for 10th position as Michael is under pressure from Eskimosh.
I'm going to say that little group of cars there, 10th to 14th position, only separated by around about 6 or 7 seconds. And we're an hour and 40 minutes into the racing here. It's great to see that cars are still quite close together.
Yeah, a lot of cars still on the lead lap. I know it's a long lap, but well on the lead lap for most of these cars. Michael overtaken by Eskimos, so as Thilo alluded to, and Eskimos seems to be pulling a bit of a gap quite quickly here.
Yeah, first sector 9/10 faster than the car behind. He's going to walk away with this, keep this pace up.
Nova catching up to the back of Bizzo.
The Duffins switched back.
Okay, so Paul Duffin back in the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're down in 20th. Surprising. I don't know why they would have done 2 driver changes inside 2 hours. Michael, bit of a wiggle on the exit. This is going to let Bizzo and Nova catch up. This is the battle for 11th place. Eskimas in 10th, Michael 11th, Bizzo 12th, Nova 13th. So Bizzo will be the first car for the FSR Gum team. Car 17 will have a go at Michael. So Michael with the very, very long pit strategy. Means that he's jumped these cars and then these cars are coming back at him now. But track position is king.
However, if his strategy works out, he's just has one pit stop to go and all the cars around him too. So maybe just says, okay, for the sake of the strategy, if you're faster than me, simply pass me. Won't pull up a fight. And that's also what the chat is suggesting. Nova got around Michael there, so Nova on his drive through the grid.
Yeah, he's on fire. He's up to 11th. Getting past both Bizzo and Michael. If you're just joining us, welcome. This is the 4 hours of Aston Historic, organised by the Teamwork Racing team. I'm TCP. I'm joined by Thilo Falkenberg, Jonathan Palmer, the race director, and Jack Eyre on commentary.
Currently 44 laps in so far this 4-hour race. An hour and 46 minutes has gone since the lights went out and we started our rolling pace lap.
And we're quickly approaching the halfway mark and the second round of pit stops.
Yeah, the second round of pit stops come round quite quickly since Michael stretched it out over 20 minutes longer than it should have been.
Let's see how long he can make this second stint last. Obviously he's not had to do a pace lap with these tyres this time around. It's been straight racing from the get-go. Can he eke another lap out?
Oh, Michael's only been on these tyres for 25 minutes, remember, so he won't be pitting for at least another 50 minutes.
I think he managed 33 racing laps. 34 in total, including the warm-up lap.
Really impressive.
Can he go even further this time around?
A bit of confusion there. A warning for car 75 Heroes of Racing for not respecting yellow flags.
Drivers are allowed one warning and then they get penalised.
The Heroes of Racing car looking a little bit worse for wear at the front. It's had certainly some contact on both corners. So Menzerfest not having the greatest of times out there right now. But we do believe that the second stint was supposed to be driven by Jürgen. He was in the server ready to take over, but there's been some confusion or possibly a botched driver change. And Menzer currently completing his second stint in the race. So you'd have to think that Jürgen will complete the rest of the race on his own. Or maybe hand the car over to Menzer again at the end for the last little bit.
Meanwhile, we've missed that Nova got around Eskimas.
Wow, Nova's really on a charge here. Not only has he got past, he's also opened the gap up again. So Nova went from around about 14th to 10th in only a couple of laps. Definitely on a charge with that mouse. Am I right in saying this is Nova's second stint as well?
Yes.
So an hour and 50 minutes on a mouse. Well, there were people before this race saying that they couldn't make endurance racing work in LFS because they were using mouse. Nova is proving all of those guys wrong. He's in 10th
Nova in
place.
10th. The car ahead of him, car number 23 in 9th position, Ayub. The gap is around about 6.5 seconds. Let's see over the next few laps if he can reduce that. He might find himself in 9th before we know it.
Yeah, he's definitely the man on the charge at the moment. The gaggle behind them is still quite close though. Bizzo is definitely catching up to the back of Michael.
Closest battle on field right now is the battle for 7th place between Sherlock and the Sidus car.
Oh yeah, you're right.
With a not ideal exit down to the back straight. We might see a change of position here.
We are. Rick moves to the inside. Still side by side through the kink. Heavy on the brakes. Still side by side.
Now I saw the XRR then brake earlier than the FZ there, but he seemed to let them off. He keeps that position.
Rick moves through. Yeah. Rick moves up to 7th, so Sidus are up and down this grid today. Bad start, couple of incidents, a drive-through penalty, and now back up to 7th place. They've had it all going on. They don't make their life easy, the Sidus team. But Rick's driving a fairly decent stint after his accident early on.
Plus he inherited a drive-through penalty from his teammate.
At the 2-hour mark, we will run down the full order and give you the state of play here at the 4 hours of Aston.
Safety car deployed. We have a safety car out now. There's a car upside down in 28th position. That's
It's
car
Rocky.
number 7. That's Rocky.
So the safety car is
What has
deployed
happened to him?
for the
That
first
means
time.
now the pack is going to be bunching up now. Safety car is not quite on track just yet.
We've got a pit stop. Rick's brought it in the pit lane. This is going to be a strategic pit stop for Rick. He's going to pick up the safety car. The safety car is waiting to pick up the leader. The leader, Maddie, is just about to exit the last corner. Everyone's slowing down now. Everyone needs to start queuing up behind the safety car.
Yeah, Maddie's actually only just entered sector 3, so he's 2 or 3 corners away from the start-finish line.
So as we approach the halfway mark, Maddie's lead is going to be absolutely annihilated. Gojki will catch up. Global gaming car is really close to the back of Maddie. He needs to back off a little bit. There's no need to be following that closely. Gojki is slowing down, but needs to catch up a bit to the back of Maddie, so everyone can bunch up. Unite's still at full speed. Mega, likewise.
More than a few cars coming into the pits now.
Yeah, we've got some
I think they
strategic.
can still do that because the safety car isn't on track until just now.
Nova passes the safety car. Safety car still trying to pick up the leader. Maddie's in the pits though. The safety car has gone onto the track too soon. Maddie has thrown it into the pit lane.
Yeah, some cars have got to be careful here because they're flying past the safety car, so the safety car's not there. And if I remember correctly, they have to wait behind the safety car until they're instructed to overtake.
Yeah, until the safety car lights go off, you are not permitted to overtake. So Nova, who exited the pit lane and flew past the safety car, might be in trouble later.
P2
yeah,
also
could
in
receive
pits.
a warning.
So this is going to shake the whole race up. There goes that car to unlap himself. Maddie now exits the pits. Botev's back in the car. Botev has taken over from Gojki. But Onifus did not pit, and Onifus, for the Race Benders is in second place.
Yeah, his tyres don't look great in terms of life. He's going to need to be working quite hard to keep the temperature in them once he does actually stop and slow down behind the safety car.
So Maddie's been picked up by the safety car on the back straight now. Remind all drivers who are waiting to do driver changes that you need to get your driver changes done as efficiently as possible because there are people waiting to join the server. Please make sure that you're out of the server as soon as you can. The safety car is leading the field onto the sweeps. Meanwhile, Rocky's still on his roof. He'll be told by the race director when he is able to have that car recovered. But meanwhile, all the cars bunching up behind the safety car. Maddie leads Boniface. Every single other car here is out of phase, so they should be allowed to overtake and unlap themselves so that the true race order can be sorted out. All the cars that are not in this pack should overtake and drive around at safety car speed until the green flag is flown. But for now, they're not being instructed to overtake. So Maddie leads Onifus, and Botev is a little bit further down, having made the driver change with his teammate Gojki. Let's drag Michael in and have a chat. These guys still appear to be driving at full race speed. Obviously they're still trying to catch up to the safety car. Hi Michael.
Hello.
This throws a spanner in the works. This works out in your favour though. You've moved up to 7th place as a result of all of this happening. A lot of cars pitting around you, so a few of them will be closer to your pit strategy than they were before. But how's the race going? We were very, very nervous about your tyres when you were pushing the life of them beyond what we thought was possible. You managed around a 1 hour 15 to 1 hour 20 stint, and I see you're coming in the pits. Interesting.
Oh, I just overreffed my engine.
Careful of that. So you're making a pit stop now. Do you want to give us any intel onto why that's happening? Why are you taking this pit stop now rather than dragging your... You've not been out on the track long.
Right now I have to improvise because, of course, this throws my strategy out of the window, but I think now everyone has one stop to go, so we are all equal. Somewhat.
Yeah, everyone's equal again. You're in 9th place. Now.
Yes.
And yeah, the car ahead of you is Pedro, and that is the car ahead of you directly now. So the race directors are just... Careful, Michael. Get that car back on the track. There's no excuse to be spinning under the safety car. Lost a couple of places there, back down to 12th.
I'm distracted.
Yeah, I will move you back out so you can focus on your race. Thanks for joining us. Good luck with the rest of it. So I feel like we may have distracted Michael a little bit there, because he managed to accidentally spin out under the safety car, which is something you see very often. But anyway, there's another car spun. We're seeing a few too many incidents under the safety car here for my liking. Nanex for NFR down in 27th position. But yeah, the safety car is pretty much picked everybody up now. There's only a couple of cars that are making their way round. Jürgen is on the back straight now. Got a car exiting the last corner. That's the gum car. That car is not going to catch up with the safety car. It's just too slow, too much engine damage. We'll be waiting all day for that to happen. So I assume that proceedings will happen as they are currently, with Maddie leading the field around. Lapped cars have not been allowed through just yet.
Safety cars coming in.
Safety cars coming in, so the race will resume with all of the lapped cars in the way, so there'll be blue flags galore. Gojki will have to get past, sorry, not Gojki, Botev will have to get past two cars now. No, it is 3. No, it's 2. It's 2. In order to have a fight with Maddie. Maddie is now beginning to back the field up. So the safety car will be allowed to drive back to the pit lane at race speed. And Maddie will now dictate the pace until the safety car line, at least, and then the green flag will be shown. Maddie is allowed to go as soon as he feels ready, as soon as he feels like he won't overtake the safety car. But there's no overtaking permitted until the green flag. So Maddie leads them all through the last corner. Halfway through the race, 2 hours
Safety
gone.
cars in
Maddie's
pit lane.
bolted. Maddie's bolted. Botev needs to get past this traffic right now. Interesting to see that the lapped cars were not allowed through, so that the race order could be resumed. It's a long lap. I suppose there probably wasn't time for that. And the race directors wanted to get this race underway again. Botev having a bit of trouble getting through past Nova there. That's not Nova. Swift's in the pit lane. So we're racing once again here. Around about 10 minutes of safety car, where most of the field have come in for their pit stops. Mandula is the first car on the track who has not come into their pit stops. Rick Cardle in the wall in the background. More incidents for Rick in the dirty air. Literally just been down the pit lane, and he's probably added a chunk of right side damage to his car after that.
Not too bad, because he fixed the car during the safety car period.
Yeah, so Mandula has not stopped again. Bizzo for FSR Gum down in 7th has not stopped again. But everybody else on the track has made at least 2 pit stops. So Mandula and Bizzo will need to stop at least once more, maybe twice, whereas everybody else should, if they can make the tyres last, should be okay to make the race on one more pit stop. I'm hearing that the server was full when Race Green wanted to make their pit stop, so some teams reacting to the safety car quicker than others, and the LFS server limit restricted some drivers from being able to join to spectate and change drivers, which is quite unfortunate. It's a shame. So Race Green have been forced into a strategy that they didn't want, purely because they couldn't get into the server.
Yeah, basically the safety car caused all sorts of trouble. Oh, number 18 Red Rock spun at the exit of the final chicane.
Yeah, we have a car in the pits also.
Oh, it's
this
Rick.
car.
So he is pitting again.
Yeah, and Fast is on the server, so they are doing the driver change now. They couldn't do during the safety car period.
I'm not sure whether
Probably-
Sidus. I'm not sure whether Sidus were actually caught out during the safety car period. It's possible, but
Well, they had the repaired car, so
well, the car that caused all of these incidents is back underway now with Camaro at the wheel. They're down in last place after that couple of lap incident. They would have received a 1 lap penalty as well as a result. Botev now on the chase, trying to close in on Maddie. Gemini in third. Unite right behind him in fourth, actually. So this is a battle for the remaining spot on the podium. Unite's been in the car for a long time because he's a solo driver, and him and Maddie are the top 2 solo drivers currently.
they're in the top 4.
Yep. Unite not able to get a run on Gemini there, but Gemini with a bit of a slide out of the last corner. We'll see if Unite's close enough for any sort of run up the home straight. He's a little bit far back right now. Ooh, cuts a lot of grass. People taking a lot of liberties with track limits in the last chicane. Side by side, Jürgen has taken over the car from Menza. He's in a battle now with Classic. Jürgen also with repaired damage, so that car has had its damage repaired. Got a car in the pit lane. That's the car of Bizzo as the safety car rejoins the track. So Bizzo in the pit lane.
Yeah, probably same reason, because the teammate is on the server.
So yeah, another unfortunate case of there not being enough spaces on the server for driver changes.
I think it's going to take an absolute miracle for anybody to beat Maddie at the moment. The way it seems, he's unbelievably fast. He just seems to be driving away from the pack there.
Big wobble there for the Air Attack team. No, that was Ulrich, sorry. On the grass, Torsten's back in the car. He had a big wobble out of the corkscrew section and was on the grass, nearly lost it. Managed to hold it. He's just been overtaken by Martis B for Apex. Torsten is now a lap down to these guys. So he's in traffic at the moment that is not racing with. Fatal is in the car for Air Attack, so Fatal has taken over the car from Nova. They're currently running in 6th, just behind Race Green, who've yet to stop. They are out of position, unfortunately. They will lose a lot of time because of their unfortunate situation with not being able to get on the server during the safety car period.
By the way, due to all the trouble with the safety car and when the safety car was called where you were on the track, there are now only 13 cars on the lead lap. So we've lost, I think, 3 or 4 cars due to the reshuffling with the safety car. Well, not lost, but they lost the lead lap.
They've lost the lead lap, yeah. I mean, we still have 29 cars in this race, so no one's lost, but we have, yeah, like you said, a bit of a shuffle because of the safety car. Like I said, it's slightly unusual that the lapped cars were not allowed to overtake. It forces them into being a lap down, which is always tricky to recover from.
Well, safety car rules always are debatable. But after all, they are the same for everyone on the server. So
This is true.
and by signing up, you also agree to the rules the race is held under. So you could say technically everyone knew what they were about to witness.
Yeah, indeed.
Number 87 in third position, getting very close to Botev there. And we're seeing Maddie drive away. Is Botev struggling? It's quite hard to discern because the leader's just absolutely left this group of cars at the front here. And is significantly faster in the sectors. Almost 2 or 3 tenths a sector faster, so that's almost a second a lap.
Trouble for Apex coming up. Drive-through penalty for chatting. So they are going to lose their 7th position, and since the grid is pretty dense at the moment, just after the safety car restart, they are going to lose at least 5 positions.
Yeah, it's unfortunate losing time based on a penalty for chatting in the server. It's such an easy thing to avoid. Gemini is going to have a run on Botev here, I feel. Nope, slightly far back. Botev with a good exit. But yeah, Gemini for MRC doing a very nice job in 3rd place. It was Mega driving that car before. I think Gemini started the race. Mega took over, and now Gemini back in the car for his 2nd stint.
Sounds right to me. Apex just served their penalty, and they are now down in 11th position. And probably, well, that looked like touching the bend line. That might also be a warning.
Right, so Apex touched the blend line on the exit of the pit lane. If they've done that before, they'll get a warning. Side by side, Botev and Gemini. Gemini ahead, in fact, so Gemini's got past Botev for 2nd place. Botev trying to come back at him while we were focused on Unite. This battle unfolded. Gemini's got a gap now, so Botev dropping back. Interesting. Gemini, with a turn of pace, moves the MRC car into the lead of the team class and 2nd place in the race overall. Maddie currently out front leading the race and leading the solo class. Botev has to drop back to 3rd, and now he needs to focus because he doesn't want to be caught by Unite, else he could be knocked off the podium at the overall podium.
There is a bit of rambling about penalties in the chat, I see. Just to clarify, for chatting, it's a direct drive-through penalty. For the blend line violation, it is a warning and then a penalty.
I'm going to have a word with Global Gaming Simgintas.
No.
Hello Simgintas.
Hello.
How is your race going? You're currently down in 18th position.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I hit a tire and got thrown into the wall.
Oh no. Where were you running before that?
No.
You were running your team were running quite high up before that, so...
Yeah, we were in the first stint, but energy got dropped down into the 20th place, and then I had to take everything back up.
Okay, well, how do you feel like you can progress from here? So 18th place, you've got Kryn up ahead of you. Kryn is only just ahead of you, actually. You can see him in the green XRR ahead. So, what do you think? Do you fancy your chances?
Yeah, when I can get my tires up to racing temperatures, I think I could take him.
Okay, you've got to watch out from behind now. You've got Torsten for TX3 behind you. So I will let you get back to it and we'll chat to you later in the race if you are up for it. Thanks for joining us. Good luck with the
Okay,
rest of
thank
your
you.
race.
Thank you too.
Cheers.
And just another swap for position there for 8th place. Pedro's been overtaken by the number 15 car into the hairpin there at the end of that straight. Nice big group of cars here. Shake things up a bit.
The AA
As
car.
you can see,
Ooh,
look,
Pedro with
multiple
a run.
cars suffering from aero drop there. Lucky not to go wide onto the grass.
The car between Pedro and Michael is a back marker. It's a lapped car. It's the air attack car of Ratrug. Ratrug is down in 21st place. He does not belong in this battle, and he's trying to send it on Michael. So he's trying to unlap himself. He's trying to unlap himself.
There was contact there.
This is
Pedro's overtaken Michael. Pedro has also got his position back from the number 15 car.
So this back marker now interfering in the race a little bit. He needs to pick his moments a bit better than that if he's going to overtake.
And although he is a similar speed to the cars around him, he's not battling for position here, and the other cars around him are. He needs to respect that. Bit back.
Meanwhile, race green in the pit lane. And Ronnie takes the car, the 2013 LFS car champion. And of course also a big contributor to racing in LFS these days with his fun races.
Yeah, Ronnie hosting quite a lot of pickup races for the community.
And I've just noticed there, that's car number 15 into the barrier there. Very tight on the inside there on the run onto the back straight. Collected the tyres and it just sent him out wide into the barrier there.
So more front end damage for the global gaming team.
You can see they've dropped quite significantly back from the group they were battling in. Damage looks okay though. Let's see if he can salvage anything whilst the battle ahead continues. He's in fresh air now.
So we should probably run down the order. We were distracted by the safety car periods. Out front, leading by a considerable margin, is Maddie, leading the solo class and the whole race. Then we have Gemini, a fair way back in second place, running around for MRC at the top of the team class. Then it's Botev in third, who is battling with Unite. Botev driving for Fast and Crazy Conquest Racing collaboration. Him and his teammate Goshki have managed to keep this car inside the top three, but it does look like Unite, who is second place in the solo class and fourth overall, may get a chance to take the overall podium away from Botev very shortly. So Unite in fourth place, second place in the solo class. Next it's Fatal. He's driving for Air Attack News and Racing. He's Nova's teammate. Nova driving a very nice double stint with Mouse, hands over to Fatal, who I assume will finish the rest of the race for that team. Then it's Pedro, who's a fair way back, driving around for race benders. Then we have Michael, who pulled that incredible 1 hour 15, 1 hour 20 minute stint earlier. His strategy has been thrown off a little bit by the pace car, decided to pit during the safety car in order to ensure that he only needs one pit stop for the end of the race.
Another mistake from car number 15 in 8th position now, 3 wide. He's defending from behind.
That's Red, B2R Red, who's just taken over 8th place from Top Vidas.
And Martis is also going to get involved there in the FZR. Car number 9.
This is a battle for position. The only car that's not in the battle here is the TRR car at the back of this group. 8th to 10th, this is the battle. So, Born to Race Red, currently leading. He's just overtaken Global Gaming Tautvidas. Side by side. Following behind is Apex Martis B, who's going to have a go at Red. He's on the outside for the chicane. Side by side contact.
Oh.
Red sent onto the grass. Martis through the tyre barrier, but manages to somehow keep the place. That back marker will not be enjoying watching all of this, but meanwhile Tautvidas has managed to open up quite a gap there.
By the way, while all this was happening, Fatal got a penalty for overtaking the safety car without permission. So that's again a penalty inherited by his teammate.
Yeah, Nova, who exited the pit lane.
This is what we were talking about when the safety car was out. You have to obey the safety car lights. If they are on, you stay behind it until invited past.
Even though I feel like
can cost you so much.
Even though I feel like the safety car did jump the gun a bit by pulling out of the pits while the leader was in the pits. It could have been a big problem if he didn't pick up the second place driver, because there could have been all sorts of issues. So the safety car definitely out on track at the right time. There's a battle going on in the background here between Apex and B2R again. I'll continue on my run through. This is the top 10, rounded out by B2R Red, who's currently battling with Martis. Just outside the top 10, it's Roni. Roni takes over the car from Mandula, and Patrick Hall, Falcon, before him. So Roni will do this stint and maybe the last stint before race green. Then it's Sidus Fast. Sidus have been in the pit lane 3 times, 4 if you include their drive-through penalty, and they're in 12th place, having started this race from pole position. Fast is back in the car. Rick had a couple of incidents on his stint and hands the car back to Fast now. They are running round in 12th position. Next.
Car number 88 there, sorry to interrupt, chooses to not serve his drive through this lap. He stays out for another lap. He's 3 laps to serve it, currently in 5th. I wonder where he'll come out once he's served that penalty, but he's yet to serve it. He's another 2 laps, I believe.
So Air Attack Fatal choosing not to serve his penalty, running around in 5th. Next, 13th place, FSR Gum. This is Miomia in 13th. Next, it's FFM Number in the solo class in 14th. Then it's Heike Hittinen, who we suspected had engine damage at the beginning of the race, but having been in 29th place for most of the beginning, is up to 15th after everything sorted itself out. So good effort from him.
Just heard from Race Control, that's 88 Car's second pass since the start finish, and since the penalty was issued, he needs to come in this lap, or yeah, this lap. If not, it's stop go. So we'll see.
Kryn from TRR is in 16th position. Gustas from Global Gaming is just behind him, and then Torsten from TX3 is behind him. So this battle for 16th place is livening up again. These three are all in a battle. Torsten sends it on Pedro's teammate, Gustas. Oh, hang on, no, sorry. Pedro's teammate was out of position, so that was an overtake out of position. Gustas is the car behind. Trying to work out who the lapped car was.
The lapped car is Pedro. He's ahead. Gustas was for position, but Ulrich simply didn't.
Ah, so yes, Pedro is 6th in this race. So Pedro is trying to be unlapped by Torsten here.
No, Pedro is currently lapping the group, and because everyone got shown a blue flag, I think what happened is that Gustas, drove to the side.
I got you. Yeah.
And Ulrich simply used that opportunity to overtake.
Get past. Okay, so that's what it didn't look like that when I was going through the positions. Fatal has just served his drive-through, and he emerges behind this lot. But on track, he is still 6th. So Fatal emerges just in front of Michael and loses a position because of that drive-through penalty. So after all that confusion, Torsten is in 17th. Gustas is in 18th for Global Gaming. Ratrug for Air Attack, one of the 3 Air Attack cars, is in 19th. Simjintas, who we just spoke to a moment ago, is back down to 20th, so he must have had some sort of incident.
Quinn is off! And Ulrich takes the position.
And so does Gustas. Gustas makes the most of that. Kryn having a wobble at the top of the hill. Jürgen for Heroes of Racing, down in 21st. Paul Duffy's had an issue. He's driving very slowly out of the corkscrew section. He's down in 22nd for Launch Racing. Then it's TRR Classic for Team 33. Air Attack Firestarter down in 24th. Red Devil Racing, Arkanoid takes over from his teammate Sky down in 25th. Team 26th is Team 27, and Beirut is driving the car at the moment. Then it's NFR with Nanax at the wheel. Then it's Gum. Both of their cars still going, but Gum, the 107 entry, currently down in 28th. And in last place, but soon to not be last place, I think, is TRR Camaro, who's catching up to Gum. And the battle for last place.
Yeah, but he's another lap behind due to the
5-minute
tow back.
Okay, interesting. So yeah, that battle for last place might happen at the end of the race, but currently,
yeah, as we know,
Camaro is
107 still struggling with engine damage. I will just double check with another FXR what speed they should be hitting at the end of the straight there, and I'll let you know how much slower the 107 is. But nice to see them persevering at least. Never give up. We still have all the cars that started the race on the track at the moment. That's great to see in an endurance race. We're almost 2.5 hours in, 2 hours 27 minutes into the race time. That includes the roll-in start, so 2 hours 24 minutes of green flag racing, so to speak.
Yeah, one has to see that for the sharp end of the grid, it definitely is all about positions, but the further you go down the order, the more it is really a test of endurance and like a marathon. You may have some goal in mind, but goal number 1 is to finish the race.
Yep, definitely seen some drivers pacing themselves here, and it's all about getting into that rhythm and staying in that rhythm. Just being as consistent as you can without making any mistakes. Really, you can't afford a mistake. where you place your car, it could be a foot to the left, a foot to the right. I mean, you touch the grass with these slick tyres and you're straight into the barrier, and that is catastrophic, as we've seen with the TRR car and last air, unfortunately rolling it. You, well, 10 or 15 minutes ago before the restart. But it's all to play for. And he's still lapping half a second faster than P2. Gemini in P2 last lap there, a 2:19.47, and Maddie in first place, a 2:18. So we see the clock ticking down now. Just over an hour and 30 remain of this 4-hour race here today, and that's a pit stop.
Again for
Sidus.
Sidious.
Yeah.
Sidus.
Yeah, the Sidus car is in the pit lane. Now that's tyres and fuel according to remote. Yeah.
Maybe they are doing an alternative strategy and hoping for a safety car. Yeah, but they are. Yeah, after all, only 13 cars are on the lead lap, so they are pretty safe to the back, and they've got nothing to lose for the front. Yeah, usually you want to be the first one to make the last pit stop, if the racing can offer you some safety cars, but yeah.
Yeah, well, what we've seen so far is it's not weird for an XRR tyres to last over 70 minutes. I think it's Michael that managed to get almost 85 minutes out of those tyres, but we've not. I don't think we're going to see an hour and a half out of anyone today. Although, prove me wrong.
But if you're calculating a safety car period, then you can also calculate with about 10 minutes of reduced speed, of reduced tire wear. And if this is the risk you're going, then you see the benefits of those 2 points. It's just an idea because it's really odd that they were in 90 minutes before the end of the race.
And that's Kryn, sorry to interrupt, around the outside of Rat Rug there. This is the battle for 18th position, I believe. Just lost it. Light sideways, and he was alongside the 18 car, but just lost enough momentum that he had to tuck back in behind. Can he do anything here? There really only is one line through these corners, so it's very unusual we'll see an overtake here. But if you can get a good exit up the hill, we might see an attempt into the hairpin. Flat out there, but yes, too far back, as you say. Maybe next time. And we have a spinner. It's the TRR car in last place, in 29th place, the number 7, just recovering there.
Yeah, but number ran wide there, so Gusta's now in the slipstream. Too far away for a move, but Thorsten Ulrich is saying hello. Oh, and number 1 is wide. And around the outside.
Yeah, he's stopping. As we see race control with a message, car number 72 with a warning for overtaking under safety car. And car number 111, a 10-second stop go for overtaking under the safety car. He has 3 laps to serve that from now. in comes the 111 car to serve his stop-go. Currently in P17, was in P16 before. I'll let you know where he rejoins at. He's already down to 18th, now 19th. Catastrophic for this. That's catastrophic then for car number 111 as they now rejoin in 21st position. And they were in P16. Plenty of work to be done though. And there's an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 20 minutes of racing still remaining.
The chat asked why there was no overtaking allowed for the lapped cars, and it is simply not in the rules. We just checked it. Yeah, it's one of those rules that vary very widely across the series, not only in sim racing but also in real life. And the set of rules this race is under does not allow the lapped cars to overtake the safety car. For example, like you see in Formula 1. The Apex car and the Gum Garage car are in the pits. Red Rock in the number 18 Aerotech car just caught Gustash. He should be now in a very good slipstream down the main straight. So he is. Gustash defending the inside, but yeah, the slipstream is working so effectively on those cars that you can clear the other car on the straight. Let's see if Red Rock can get some room. Ooh.
Incredibly close racing there. Not letting the aero drop affect him too much. I think we just missed out on a puncture there.
Yeah, for the 15
Right, front
car.
puncture, yes, on the car number 15. He's now rejoined in 11th place. Yeah, and he's already...
Oh, Botaf! I think he lets him through because he suddenly put on the hazard lights. But still strange that you drive onto the grass in the middle of the straight.
So, car 15 there in 12th position. We were just referencing that car. The one that suffered from a puncture is under investigation. Car 15 and 46 on lap 67. So, hopefully that's not another insult to injury for car number 15 there. We obviously don't know what's happened just yet, but we will find out.
46, that's the teammate's car of...
Yes, apparently it was a skirmish on pit entry, so we'll see how this is resolved.
So he was over a second slower than Unite on the last lap. Nearly 2 seconds slower, even.
There's
Over 2
definitely
seconds.
damage on that car there. I've just noticed that he only managed to reach 165 miles an hour at the end of that straight. And car number 72, Pedro, there behind him, reaching 168. So it's somewhere, whether it's engine damage.
Well, there is hardly any suspension damage, so...
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on his top speed at the end of the back straight here. And we'll see if he's down here also. Yes, you can, but I'm not hearing it either, no. That's why I'm confused. But yeah, 162.3. 163 was the fastest, and Pedro just behind him. 163, 4, 5. 2 miles. Yeah, there is. It's not significant. It's enough though. Definitely. Yes. Still a long way to go. Anything can happen.
Which would also be a remarkable comeback for the AirTech newsroom team.
Minor bodywork repairs going on as well for the car in 26th place, number 77. So it's tyres, fuel and slight damage repair. This is quite a lengthy stop. Usually we're seeing stops of 25 seconds, but this is 33.
Rick was just lapped, so that leaves the top 10 of the race on the lead lap.
Oh, and we have a crash onto the main straight. That's car, I believe, 107 there in last place, reversing in order to try and face in the right way. I wonder what happened there. And was anybody else involved?
Just saw the tires flying all over the place, so...
I definitely saw there was contact with another car. How significant, I'm not sure. And that is something that we forgot to even mention. I didn't even realise it had happened. The TRR car has passed the 107 car and is now in front.
Oh yeah!
So,
And
no,
it
the
was not too
TRR
long
car
ago.
was behind the 107 after the 5-minute penalty. And it's now passed and is just in front now.
Yeah. Well, you say it is no fun, but the Tour de France had a jersey for the last place rider back in the time, and suddenly there was a battle for the last place because they still got a special jersey.
Oh, and that's a spin there for car number 23 in 9th place. Red, very close there to collecting other cars, but he seems to be back on the track and in control. He might come in soon for a stop, however. Obviously, we're getting to that time window again. His rear right tyre looks like the most worn out, and I don't think he's got more than maybe 5 laps left in that. However, I could be wrong. We'll see what he does. Sideways even then on the power as he leaves
Pedro
the
in pits.
hairpin. Absolutely sliding it. Sorry to interrupt again, car number 23 that we were just watching. He's definitely struggling with his tyres. He's almost sideways in every corner. He's just fighting the car.
Yeah, and Upsa's joining the server, so they are probably...
Again, drifting it. This is not going to get you anywhere. You need to be so careful. He might even come in this lap. The surface temperatures of his tyres are now well over where they should be. They are red on my display. Yep. If he comes in, he comes in. If he doesn't, he's got to be ever so careful across the curbs here in the last corner onto the start-finish straight. Yep. Pressure from behind also can distract him from his tyre saving issues as he gets all sorts out of shape, but he does indeed come in. Oh, locking up and sideways into the pit lane. Not ideal, but at least he might be able to control his car if he gets a new set of boots on there. So more bad news for car number 15, Race Control, just updating us there. Car 15's clipped the grass and spun at T1, so more bad news down in 12th position there. points for style there. Not great for pace, however.
Out front, we've got Gemini. Then we've got Maddie. Then it's Unite. These guys will shuffle back into order after their pit stop finishes.
For everybody going mental in chat. Pete's had his microphone unfortunately muted for the last God knows how long since he took a drink. So if you think it's just been me talking to myself, it's not. I've been talking to Pete and he's been here the entire time, but
Apologies for that, folks.
Well, I've been around here a little bit.
We'll forget that happened. We're into the final hour. I'm back, even though I've been here the whole time. We've had a few pit stops. Gemini provisionally leading. Maddie in second. Maddie should take over the lead when Gemini eventually throws it down pit lane. Then we've got Unite, who has made his pit stop, but I reckon Gemini will get that place back. Gozki's taken back over from Botev. Michael down in 5th, but we don't expect to see him down the pit lane for another 20 or so minutes. Onifus, Pedro's teammate, he's in 6th currently. Success Frank takes over from his teammate Fatal, down in 7th. He's closely followed by Roni. This is the battle for 7th place currently. Then it's the Apex team with Martis B down in 9th, Rimtas in 10th, Sidus Fast in 11th, Born to Race Up Sas close behind him in 12th. Then it's FSR Gum Mjumja in 13th, followed by Kryn. Heike's managed to get up to 15th from the back of the grid at the start of the race after the problems that he had at the beginning. He's close behind Kryn, quite close, so there might be a move on there towards the end. Then we have Rat Rug from Air Attack in 16th, with Global Gaming Erotica in 17th. FFM Number in 18th, driving on his own for this race. Then it's Heroes of Racing Jürgen who exits the pit lane. And Firestarter for AA moves into the pit lane, currently in 20th, but he's just been overtaken by Michael Kasperink. For Virtual Drivers by TX3, up to 20th for them. David Duffin takes over from Firestarter. Sorry, overtakes Firestarter for launch racing in 21st. Firestarter currently 22nd in the pit lane. Then it's Classic who exits the last corner. Ahead of Energy for Global Gaming. Then it's Cage for the BMW team. Red Devil Racing Husky in 26th. NFR Hector in 10th. In 27th, sorry, for Team 10. The 107 team have overtaken TRR again at the bottom. Rocky has taken the car over from his teammate, who I have forgotten the name of, again.
So after 3 hours, 7 minutes, we still have all 29 cars on track. And we do have this, well, big fight for P5 with Ronnie, Onifus and Frank.
Yeah, Ronnie's thinking about it. He's not close enough to make the move on this lap. Gemini's been down the pits because Maddie's overtaken the lead again. And Mega has overtaken from Gemini and slots back into P2.
We see from race control there's another drive-through penalty being allocated, this time to car number 10 for a chat violation. Car number 10 sit down in 27th position. Currently about to start their 75th lap.
Since it's the final hour, we do need to start thinking about our livery of the day.
Yeah.
Good to see so many liveries entered here from all teams. Side by side, Roni and Onifus. Race Green versus Race Benders. Will Roni have him on the brakes? Not quite. I'll have to try again somewhere else.
Long main straight waiting up ahead. So if he can keep the car oh well. He was way too conservative through the chicane. But now going through the uphill chicane, he's coming closer again, especially when Onifus is slightly sliding out of it. Ronnie managed it well with the reduced downforce. Onifus weaving, giving only the outside to Ronnie. Down to the braking point, Ronnie has cleared him completely, and Ronnie Blake's late, keeps the car ahead and on the black stuff. Great move. bit of sliding here and there. But the 2013 LFS car champion keeps the car ahead.
Good move there by Roney. This car does need to make another pit stop because of their bad luck during the safety car.
By the way, escalation time for car number 10. They did not serve the drive-through penalty within 3 laps, so they are now awarded the price of a stop-and-go penalty.
Oh no.
A 10-second stop and go penalty.
Yeah, 10 seconds stop and go.
They're currently down in 27th, so their race goes from worse to worse. One of us is coming back at Roney. Probably not close enough for a move into turn 1 though, no. But this is the battle for 5th. But Roney has less fuel and will be coming down the pit lane.
Oh, Onifus doing the land mower.
Drops on the grass.
Oh, and someone's spinning in the background. That's Frank, who
Frank's
was
off.
approaching them.
Yeah. He's got rear wing damage, back end damage there. Whether he's been in the wall backwards.
But except for hot tires, nothing too bad happened from that accident. He now has to manage the tires to cool them down again.
So, livery of the day, get in your suggestions, folks. Let us know which livery you've enjoyed seeing the most. I'm sure there won't be any bias from anybody.
Why should there be bias?
Yeah. Fast has managed to get up from 12th to 10th. So he must have got past Upsus and Rimtas at some point.
Yeah, but Maddie is approaching to lap him. Not now, but I guess in the next 10 laps or so. Which is really a shame, because that car was on pole position earlier. And yeah, all the troubles he could ask for in the following.
Mega's putting in a shift here. Very nice job from the Master Race Car team for getting this car up to 2nd and then maintaining it for a good chunk of the race. Goshki down to 4th. I'm wondering when Roney's going to be bringing this car in. I can't remember how soon after the safety car did Mandula bring the car in to hand over to Roney.
I think 1 or 2 laps later, but I might be mistaken.
Not sure how long that stint is for Roney. Still 29 cars in this race. We're into the final hour, well into the final hour. 44 minutes to go.
Michael gets a visit from Marty's B for 8th position.
Yeah, let's give this fight a watch.
Oh, late braking!
Well, that was easy.
Sacrificing some tread on it. Yeah, some of the rubber was sacrificed into a little white cloud.
Apparently the stewards are considering black flagging the 107 car. That would be a shame with 40 minutes to go, but if it's starting to become a problem with that car driving so slowly, then it needs to happen.
Car 107 also has that drive-through, causing an avoidable incident on lap 67.
And in the last couple of minutes, they have lost tons of track position to the 07 car. After the last pit stop round, they were ahead of TRR, and now they are more than a half a lap down. So there must have been
if they
things
keep this
happening.
up, they will be lapped by the number 7 TRR car before the end of this race. Bad news for them.
Roney's coming up against some traffic.
Probably his last lap. His teammate just joined the server.
Okie dokie then. We'll see where Roney and the race green team rejoins. Onifus is just behind, so he will definitely overtake. Frank's just coming up to the kink on the back straight, so I reckon he will have Roney 2, as will Martis potentially, and Michael. So I doubt they'll drop back as far as fast, but I'm thinking that Roney and the race green team will drop down as far as 9th potentially after their pit stop. We'll have to see. That'll be a 4-place drop. But
the good thing is they don't have to refuel that long.
Yeah, they only need to refuel for 40 minutes, so it'll be about 2/3 of a tank, there or thereabouts. Hello, Kryn.
Hey, hello, how are you guys doing?
How are you doing? How's your race going?
Not the greatest. Had a lot of bad luck this race actually.
Yeah, a lot of drivers having not so great luck.
Yeah, we had a really good start, got up to P10 after 2 laps, after starting 20th. Then followed a train of like 4 cars off into the gravel, and from there on it just went horrible. Picked up some engine damage, then picked up more damage to the suspension. Then we had a very big crash at the Feco Rouge, which caused both more suspension and engine damage we had to get fixed, and that took about a minute of just full repairs, so we're far in the back now.
Yeah, your teammates haven't had a great day either. Rocky rolled the car and caused a safety car.
Yep, I noticed that.
Yeah, not the best day out for TRR, but nonetheless, you're still in the race. As Falcon takes over the car from Roney, and he does in fact drop down to 9th, where I suspected. Although Falcon was really quick at the beginning of the race, so I reckon Falcon will be able to make up a few more places, should we say. There's a possibility that the cars ahead might have to come down the pit lane again for a splash and dash close to the end. Those who pitted around about the time of the safety car or halfway through the last stint will have to come down the pit lane again. But the majority of the cars now, Falcon nearly losing it, the majority of the cars now will not need to make another pit stop. How would you rate the event as a whole, Kryn, so far?
It's actually been really enjoyable to drive in, even though, like I said, not the best luck on either of my own team or the 2 teammates I have. But the event's been very well run. It's very enjoyable to race in, very clear instructions. From what I've seen so far, also pretty damn good racing. So I would rate it fairly high. I don't know how it's been for you guys up in here, but I think it's been quite enjoyable.
There's been plenty to talk about.
There's been plenty to talk about, and I've spent most of it talking with my microphone muted. But anyway, we will.
Happens to the best.
Yeah, we'll brush over that, and hopefully that won't happen again. But anyway, the race has been great. I am very impressed by everybody. There's still 29 cars running. The action's been great. We've had some nice battles, nice overtakes. I'm amazed that Maddie has kept his car completely out of trouble for 4 hours all on his own. Likewise, Unite's had a bit of trouble with his car, but he's still running around in third and second in the solo class, so very good effort by both of those guys. We noticed a bit of drop off in pace from the Fast and Crazy Conquest Racing duo of Gozki and Botev. They're down to 4th. We think it could be because of some engine damage, some minor engine damage. But otherwise, it's all been good at the top. There's been places changing at the top of the grid all race, which you don't often see. We got a crash. Unite has just binned it. He's gone over the curb on the AS3 back straight, and that's cost him time. I wonder if he got some suspension damage from that, because those curbs are a little bit spiteful. Nico starting to lose a bit of focus, ran the car unnecessarily wide out of the long sweeper onto this short twisty straight.
It's been 3 hours and 23 minutes for him in this race trim.
Yeah,
so
Maddie doing a better job of staying awake so far.
And Unite stays out. I guess he's still gauging the performance of the car and the damage. His tyres look like they could do with some... well, they could be nursed in order to be recovered. The right rear looks quite hot, but I think he'll be able to drive around it. He's just under half a lap to the car behind, maybe a little less than that. So he's technically safe, as long as he can lap relatively close to the competitive times, but as we see, a bit out of shape is the guy in 4th.
Whoa!
The suspension damage is not significant, and maybe running wide slightly there wasn't to do with the suspension, but it looks like it's a bit of a handful to control that 42 car.
Yeah, it's possible he's bottoming out now through
there.
Yes,
he did bottom out, and he hit that crest in such a strange angle that all 4 tires lost contact to the ground for a second. Or not a second, but for a tenth or so, and that's why he went wide there, from the looks of it.
So yeah, he may have to consider pitting. There is only 35 minutes left, and he has a decent gap back to Onifus, but it's not that big. It's how big is it? It's nearly 20 seconds. It's 17 seconds the gap to Onifus.
Yeah, Onifus is now entering these S's that Unite just exited.
Yeah.
– 16 seconds, I would think. The only, good thing for Unite is that the Fast and Crazy Conquest Racing Union car can't really fight back.
And it's only just ahead. They are catching this car quite quickly. Shout out to our rescue cars. Sigitas and Fast Jarda. Elmo's also joined to do a bit of rescue carring. They've been sat around the track. Here's one of them. Down at the kink on the back straight. Another just before the last corner. Thanks to those guys, and also thanks to Jonathan Provost for joining us for some stewarding. Really helpful to have those guys here to help with the organisation of this, to make sure it all runs nice and smoothly. And of course, thanks to our race director, Jonathan Palmer, who's been handing out all those penalties. And
Just trying to work out what's happened to Frank at the moment. He's just done a 2:23 as the number 88 car in 6th position. He's actually being gained on quite significantly by the car behind him.
Maybe he hit traffic at bad spots.
I've been on board with Frank for the last 3/4 of that lap prior, and I think he's just struggling for pace.
Oh, okay.
I think he is to his
the car in
teammates.
7th place. Last lap, 3 seconds faster almost.
Yeah, Frank's being
Oh.
unlapped by a
Well,
global
to
gaming car.
Frank.
Frank had a spin a couple of laps ago into the wall on the...
Apart from some shock damage on the rear right and some absolutely minuscule upper and lower damage on the front right, his car looks pretty immaculate and his tyres look in great condition.
but
Temperature's
just
not too hot.
On the straight, he lacked about 3 to 5 kph.
Could have been a bad exit.
Could that
but
mean engine damage then?
Could be, could be. He's definitely feeling the pressure from this GG car, who now overtakes, and it could be engine damage. Or it could be pace, or it could be any number of things. Either way, Frank not enjoying that car in 6th. Being caught by Martis B of Apex.
So Frank's split 2 time there, 135.2, and the car behind him 132.8. So what has happened to Frank? This is quite significant in the last 3 or 4 laps. He must have put too many revs on the engine.
One bad
He's going to
misshift.
lose this position before the line, potentially, if he's that slow.
Yeah, plenty of for Frank to think about. Needs to keep his head down, focus on the race. 30 minutes to go.
So Frank is not quite in the perfect place to be slipstreaming car number 14, but he managed to reach 169 miles an hour. It's the exact same speed as the car that's catching him, so it not
But
determined to be
slipstream.
straight line speed.
United's caught right up to Goshki. Goshki's got some traffic. And now Unite is thinking about taking 3rd place in the race away from the Fast and Crazy Conquest team.
In the first sector, Frank lost 3/10 to the Apex star.
Unite's beginning to think, beginning to smell that 3rd place again, even after his spin.
The 107 car just served a 10-second stop-and-go penalty for overtaking on the safety car.
Now, what can the number 9 car do against the 88? This is Martis against Frank. Close coming up to the ATL bridge now.
Around the outside.
On the left-hand side, who's going to brake later? Ooh, and Frank brakes and then lets the brake off. That was risky. keeps the position, but not for long. If he doesn't lose the position by the line, he'll lose it by the braking point for turn 1. Unfortunate.
We've already seen cars simply passing the car in front on the straight without any chance to defend it. And so it's happening here again.
Martis goes defensive, tries to break the toe a bit, so Frank can't come back at him. Makes the place for now.
But to be honest, it didn't look like Frank, when he ducked into the slipstream, was really catching up.
He reached 171, so he did peak at quite a high top speed, but just from hearing the car, it definitely does sound like there is some sort of engine damage. It might only be a couple of percent.
Well, it doesn't have to be any. It doesn't even have to be a percent for it to make a big difference. Even less than a percent is a lot of power loss. So it could be minuscule, but it still affects the car. So anyway, Frank and the Air Attack newsroom team move down to 7th place overall. Meanwhile,
and it looks like Frank can't really accelerate out the corners that well.
Meanwhile, Unite's still chasing Koshki. The gap's just not small enough for him to gain enough of a toe.
Just over 25 minutes now remaining for this 4-hour race.
Hearing in chat that Borislav has confirmed that that FNC CQ car does indeed have engine damage, around 2%, he says, which is why that car has just not been able to keep up with Maddie and Mega, and now it's going to succumb to Unite. And by the looks of it, we're going to have 2 solo drivers in the top 3. Mega bringing it home in second at the moment, the way things look, at the top of the team's class. Unite's still not able to get a handle on that car, even though it's down on horsepower. Who knows? Unite's car might have suffered some engine damage as well.
So, another word from race control. Car 107 is not going to be black flagged currently, but the stewards are still keeping the option on the table. If he receives another penalty, it might just be race over for that 107 car in 29th position, which would be unfortunate. But at the end of the day, we want clean, fair racing, and if anybody's a hazard to other people, unnecessary crashing and so on, this is what happens in racing.
It's difficult in these events to really hit the line. This fine line between giving people with little to no experience in endurance racing the chance to... Oh! Someone's off! Big off! A TRR car. No, not a TRR. It was a FSR Gum Garage.
Yeah,
and someone's crashed at the top of Eau Rouge. That's a TRR car, speak of the devil. Number 99, Hydro.
It's Hydro.
2 wheels there at the top of that hill. Not sure what happened.
Big damage.
Big damage on the right. Big visual damage on the rear right. Suspension damage on the right. Shock is damaged on all 4 corners, but that could just be from the curbs throughout the race. Hopefully he's not too damaged. We'll see if he gets in this lap for repairs, but everyone seems to be crashing at once now.
It's all happening.
As we said, there's 25 minutes to go. Everyone wants some more points. Take it easy, guys.
The strange thing about the FSR Gum Garage car was that it was in the middle of the straight while being lapped, but the car was still approaching, so there was no contact whatsoever.
Yeah, indeed. Starting to fall
Just
apart.
To clarify, car 107 at the very back of the grid, we were knowing that they'd got engine damage from the early stages of this race. We did not know how bad it's been confirmed they have 11% engine damage, so they must be suffering quite
11.
significantly.
That's massive.
I think I was talking about a fine line race control has to hit or to walk.
Yeah, definitely. You gotta feel for them. Like, they don't want to black flag anybody, but especially not in the last 20 minutes of the race. But sooner or later, if a car receives too many penalties, it's better for them and safer for the rest of us if they just sit the remainder out.
Yep.
It's possible, unless it's not in the rules, it's possible they'll be classified anyway. Because of the duration of the race that has gone on, but it's very possible that they haven't completed enough of the race to be classified. United's still not able to make any inroads on Gojki in third. That battle is stalemate right now.
Stewards, and 3 hours and 30 minutes still into this race, being kept on the feet. Extremely busy. We've another warning for avoidable contact under safety car. This is things that are being reviewed from earlier. Only a warning though, that's for car number 89. Down in 22nd position, the Eyre attack mobile. Nothing to worry about at the moment though.
The safety car period is now nearly 1 3/4 of an hour ago. And they are still reviewing things happened there.
Yeah.
United's made the move, but it's going to come down to turn 1. This is the battle for the podium of the race, the final spot on the podium between Unite and Gojki, and it looks like Unite's made the move, having been right up there at the front for most of the race. The fast and crazy Conquest racing car succumbs to Unite and drops off of the overall podium. They're still second.
Is there a fight back though? There's some traffic in front now. Are they going to get out of the way in time?
I think the engine damage on that car's too much. I don't think they've got any power. I don't think they've got enough power to come back. I mean, Unite did drop the car
Ooh!
a few laps ago. Maybe he'll do it again, but you can't rest on that.
That was a close call between the number 1 and the number 7 car.
Yeah, that was quite a violent pull out of the draft and alongside that car that he just lapped there.
Rocky driving the TRR car at the moment, all the way down in 28th. Rocky was the driver who caused the safety car at around the halfway mark, but he managed to get the car back to the pits, and it's good to see them still going. Rocky, of course, is responsible for holding this league. This league is part of the TRR series of races. The car sponsors are Trail Over 7 and MD Tails.
So we've 20 minutes of this race left, and I'm just on board now with car number 54 in 8th position, and it looks to me as though he's slowly catching up to the 47 car in 7th position of Michael. It'll be interesting to see if he can make a move before the checkered flag.
Has Michael been down the pit lane for his third stop?
I'm not sure. I will just get back to you on that one.
Yes, he has.
He must have done. His tyres look pretty fresh.
So Michael, having started in 15th, is looking like he's going to get a good result out of this. Good effort. Unless he does need to come down the pits again. I cannot... Yeah, I need to check my notes on that. Maddie looks comfortable out front after 3 hours and 40 minutes. Mega second. Unite in third. Sorry, go on, Jack.
I make the gap between position 7 and 8th, Michael and Falcon, around 3.5 seconds, and if Falcon keeps his pace up, he's going to be more than within range to attack before the checkered flag falls. Here we've 18 minutes left, so just under 10 or 9 laps, depending on where the leader is on track now. And when we receive the white flag, it'd be interesting to see if the 54 machine in 8th position can profit from this. He was quite significantly faster, actually 4/10 faster than Michael that last lap. So, yeah, all to play for still in the closing moments.
And both are faster than Frank.
That's a good point. This could all close up very close to the end. It always happens.
But the fastest driver there is fast.
That is a very good point.
Fast could catch them all. Fast seems to...
Fast with a 2:19 dead last time around.
Seems to suffer at the
Great
start of
pace.
the race, and then towards the end it just all comes together for him. He's back in the top 10. This car has been up and down this grid so much today. Started
Just for
from pole.
context there, Fast, he is too far back maybe to attack Frank, but Frank's first split being a 39.2 and Fast's being a 38.5. That's 7/10 faster in Sector 1 alone.
So here comes Siders for their last ditch attempt to gain as many positions as they can at the end of the race.
Just checking there, Fast even faster than Maddie there in Sector 1 by 2/10.
It's just a shame they're so far back on track space. Maddie's nearly a whole lap ahead of Sidus. Maddie is, in fact, the car behind them now on track.
A couple of laps ago, I thought that Maddie would lap Fast, but Fast is now driving
Picked it
so
up.
quick.
Yeah. So this is the thing, Fast won't want to be lapped. There are currently only 9 cars on the lead lap. Maddie has lapped everybody else.
Just look how much closer Falcon is now to Michael. That XRR in the distance getting bigger and bigger as it gets
gap
closer and closer.
2 seconds. The gap is 2 seconds between Michael and Falcon. This is the battle for 7th.
And Michael gained 7/10 of a second last lap on Frank.
So Fast there with last lap of a 2:18.9 and Falcon with 2:19.8, so 9/10.
He was nearly 3 seconds faster than Frank.
Very much all to play for here. We could see a very exciting couple of closing laps.
With just over 15 minutes to go. That sounds promising.
If Fast can keep this speed up, all he's got to do is keep it on the track. And there's definitely positions up for grabs here, but we've seen a few mistakes from the number 51 car throughout this race. And endurance racing is all about consistency. You can be the fastest person on the track, but those mistakes add up quickly.
Yeah, it's a race that could have been again for Fast. Even though they won the last race, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have been happy with his performance. He was all over the place, and they were gifted the win really by LFS Hungary, who popped their tyre on the last lap. But no such luck today for them. They will have to settle for wherever they end up, which won't be the lead at this point, and they'll have to go home with their tail between their legs and work out what went wrong and come back stronger for the next one. Falcon beginning to size Michael up. You'd probably like to think that it would happen on this lap, given that the gap is down to under a second now. So they need to make their way past the BMW car. BMW car currently being driven by Cage. I wonder if that car's got some damage.
1.3 seconds is what Falcon took off Michael there on the last lap. And Fast also 0.8 of a second from Falcon, so he's also rapidly approaching those two.
13 minutes to go.
And depending on how this... Oh, Falcon was too close.
Yeah, he needs to be careful of that aero drop. Doesn't want to be too close.
Depending on how strong Michael can fight Falcon back, this might save Frank.
Yeah, especially if these two start battling. Fast is just too far back, I think, to close that gap in.
Fast,
the
I
time
believe,
remains.
is close enough to pass Michael, but not Frank, I don't think. I think Frank's just too far out of reach. But if you... I mean, I think Fast was 2 seconds a lap faster than Michael last time around. He did an 18, I believe, and Michael with a 20.
Yes,
All
but
is
there's
still
probably
to play
only about
for.
5 laps left in this race.
There's 12 minutes remaining, and if he's 2 seconds a lap faster, that's enough time.
Right, well, we will see. Could get quite interesting quite late here.
Because the gap between Michael and Fast, I'll just calculate it now.
Here comes Falcon then. It's going to happen into the braking zone at the top of the hill.
Yeah, it's about 7.5 seconds. So if we do get 3 laps, or 4 laps, sorry, that's 8 seconds. If he's still 2.5 seconds a lap, or 2 seconds a lap faster.
Falcon's made the move.
If we do get those 4 laps, it's definitely possible.
Falcon's up to P7.
Yeah, and that was very smooth.
It's a lovely overtake. Smooth as you like. Michael has no response for that.
And I think he didn't really lose any time in that move.
Didn't look like it, did it? Very smooth. Michael got a good exit, but I think he's too far away. He's too far away. There's no comeback there.
And although he overtook Michael, he still was 1.5 seconds faster than Frank on that lap.
Fast with not an ideal lap from himself, but again, still over a second faster than Michael. 1.5 seconds, if not more.
The gap to Frank from Falcon is 4.5 seconds. So 3 laps time, Falcon will be all over the back of Frank for P6. But the timer might not be in his favour. Depends at what time Maddie crosses the line to start the last lap.
We were asked if there were any timeouts or retirements. No, so far
None so
netcode
far.
was very reliable.
Just a bit of a plug here. This server being hosted by TC Gaming. But yeah, so far so good on the connection front. No packet problems, no timeouts to be...
And that's catastrophic in such a late stage for car number 111. They've been given a drive-through penalty for ignoring blue flags. So he's obviously hindered a lapping car there by not getting out of the way in time.
More problems.
It's 3
for
laps
this
to
team.
serve it.
That's like the 3rd penalty this race.
Although I
them.
just tapped back to the car behind him, number 99 Hydro again. Very much on the grass there as he comes
Battle
onto the
for
back
10th.
straight.
Battle for 10th, Apex and Upsas. Born to race on the inside in the S's and overtaking the Apex car for the 10th position.
So Apex forced
flash
outside
of-
the top 10.
Yeah, a flash of the hazards there for Upsas. As if to say thank you for leaving me the door open. I'll take that from you.
I reckon there's about 4 or 5 laps left of this race. I think Falcon's got this all to play for. You can see Frank up ahead.
Again, 1.5 seconds for Falcon.
Frank
So
currently
fast with the-
occupies... Sorry, go ahead.
Fast with a 2:19.17. Again, I think that's exactly the same lap time he did the lap before that. And Michael, for context, with a 21 dead. That's 2 seconds. Fast is catching Michael, so all to play for 8th position at least. If he's even fast enough to catch Falcon He can get himself into 7th before the checkered
At
flag.
current pace, approximately 4 laps remaining.
Thank you, Deco. 4 laps remaining from the race director there.
So we might complete the 99th racing lap.
Not quite the 100th, but here we go then. Falcon within touching distance of 6th place in the race, 4th place in class. Onifus for race benders currently occupies 3rd place in the team class, in 5th position. Onifus is a long way ahead of these guys, nearly half a minute ahead. So the podium in the teams class is pretty much written unless there's a last lap drama or puncture or something. In the solo class, Maddie out front in 1st, Unite in 3rd in the race but 2nd in class, and then Michael of Ferrat in 8th place in the race will take the last podium spot for the solo class. Very nice drive from him.
Again, 1.5 seconds gained by Falcon on Frank.
I think this is the closest battle that's happening for a position this far up the grid, so we will stick with this battle and see how it goes. 7 minutes remaining. Apparently the 9 car is catching the 23 car for 10th. We'll see how close that is.
Yeah, that's Martis and Upsas.
Well, Upsas overtook
Martis.
Upsas overtook Martis a few laps ago, so I don't think that will be closing up anytime soon.
Yeah, and Martis there, a 10th slower than Upsas on that last lap. The gap is about a second, and there's 2 laps remaining roughly. We'll see if he can capitalise on that. 6 minutes remaining in this race now.
So we said at the beginning of the race that Michael was the sweatiest man on the track. I think the sweatiest man on the track is now Frank, as he is about to make his car as wide as possible to stop the green machine coming through. Place your bets. Who's your money on?
Well, I think Frank's got some form of damage. He's definitely struggling. Don't think it could still be engine damage, although if it is, it's only going to be a tiny amount.
Yeah, but he already lost over 1 second on this lap.
Falcon is turning up the wick here.
I think if Falcon can get a good exit out of here, I think it's going to be over before we even get turn 1. Frank with not the greatest exit here. It's going to be over before the line.
Cross start finish, Falcon takes the place. Frank will have some draft to have a go back. But Falcon still stays in front for now. Frank is on the inside for turn 1 though. He's not giving up, which is nice to see. He's not bending over. Still
Leaving
side by
just
side.
enough racing room there. Leaves Falcon on the inside here for the run into the corkscrew. He lifts, I believe.
Frank
Yeah,
takes
with
the place
another
back.
opportunity on the back straight. Let's see how everybody gets through here and their exit onto the back straight here.
Fair play to Frank for defending that. He's fighting for all
Fair
his
and
worth.
close racing. Great to see. 4 minutes remaining.
Frank's opened the gap here. Falcon's not going to be close enough to make a move, so he's delayed it until at least the hairpin up to the last corner, there's not going to be a move on through the
late on the
sweepers
brakes
here.
there. Look how close he manages to get to him there at the apex.
Yeah, but he's going to be in the
getting
dirty
unsettled
air.
on the exit there.
Falcon's not going to be able to make a move through here unless Frank drops it.
Meanwhile, Fast has caught Michael.
The gap is still closer between Falcon and Frank, so we'll keep the cameras over there for now. But it's all going off. It always does at the end of these races, as people's strategies begin to work themselves out. Here comes Falcon again for a second attempt. He runs wide in the draft. Ooh, goodness me. Frank might live to see another day. Even more here, because Falcon's not going to be close enough.
I think Fast is just too far away from Michael in the battle for 8th position. This
3
time
minutes
around.
remaining. 3 minutes.
The gap is about the same between Fast and Michael as it is between Frank and Falcon.
And a similar gap down in 10th position as well, but let's concentrate on those here.
Yeah, in fact, yeah, Apex is catching Born to Race, so all the action is happening between 6th and 11th at the moment. Falcon just can't get into Frank's draft. Maybe Frank's woken up.
Exactly the same situation with Fast and Michael, just not able to get close enough to capitalise. Although Fast was 7/10 faster that last lap than Michael. He needs to get it done. He's got 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes to go.
Let's see how...
Race leader 1-2, car 12 is on his final lap.
White flag for the leader. Everyone crossing the start-finish line now. This will be their last lap as well.
So yeah,
That means
Falcon
we are
will
going to
have
get
an
another
extra
lap
lap.
of racing for the battle for 6th, 8th and possibly 10th.
Yep.
No, 10th is 1 lap down.
So just
So-
the battle
yes.
for 6th and 8th get an extra lap. The battle for 10th will end at this lap when the leader crosses the line.
Apparently P3 and
Oh,
P4 are close too, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. As some traffic gets in the way of Falcon here, Frank has to take evasive action. Falcon's right on the tail, but it's not going to be a good place. Frank must be sweating so much here, trying to keep Falcon at bay.
Frank usually sweats anyway, but this is even more so the case now.
Gojki
There's
is
a green
just
car in his mirror.
Gojki's just a little bit too far away from Unite. I don't think that battle's going to come to anything. Onifus is all on his own in 5th. Then it's Frank defending for his life from Falcon.
But Falcon got the run.
Yeah, he'll be close enough now. There is traffic ahead though. This could come into play. The traffic ahead is a global gaming car. Side by side, Frank takes the inside for the hairpin. 42 seconds left on the timer. These guys will get across the start-finish line and they'll have one more lap. Around the outside, Falcon goes.
Now hopefully the 14
Frank
car
brakes.
sees what's happening in his mirrors and gets out of the way of this. He does not want to be anywhere
he's
near
moved out
this.
the way. Good heads-up racing
Again,
there.
we will have one more lap of this fight. In other news, Fast with a great exit just behind the two that we're seeing on screen now. He's going to be in front of Michael by the time we get to the braking
But
point of turn 1.
Frank's coming back at Falcon again, and he's ahead. He's given Falcon the late slipstream though. This could be crucial.
It's exactly literally what's happening to Frank is happening to Fast and Fast and Michael.
So
Switch
it's
to the
carbon
inside
Leader
there.
on the
Michael passed him
finish
round the
straight.
outside. It's all happening here.
Michael's defending as well from
Checker
fast.
flag, car 12, first car.
Congratulations to Maddie for winning. Our focus was a long way away from him, but well done, Maddie. Wins the solo class, wins the overall race for his team, Noob Racing. Very not newbie. Mega will come across the line to claim second and the win for the teams class. Congratulations to MRC, congratulations to Mega and his teammates. He crosses the line to claim the win in the team class. Unite will claim second in the solo class and third on the road. Just behind him, great pace throughout the race. Botev and Gojki come across the line to be second in the team's class, fourth on the road. Then it's Onifus, a great drive from Pedro and Onifus, fifth place and third in the team's championship for Onifus. Then it's Falcon and Frank. Falcon's got past Frank. It's over for Frank.
Whoa, there's a
that
lapped
back
car
marker moves
there,
out the
gets
way.
in the way of Frank there, hindering him quite significantly. The battle where I want to focus my eyes on is the battle for 8th position between Michael and Fast. They are very close.
Car.
What happened?
Oh, there was a slow
Just a lapped
XR.
car like 50 kilometers down over to the side, and as Fast went to pull alongside Michael, he saw the lapped car and thought better of it.
Around the outside.
Side-by-side battle between Fast and Michael
They
here.
clash rear wheels. Now it's all about the exit and the run down to the start-finish line. Who is going to get that 8th position? This is after 4 hours of racing, and it comes down to here.
Oh, Michael!
Michael with just a good enough exit.
It's going to be Michael's. Congrats to Michael for 8th. Falcon in 6th. Frank in 7th. Michael crosses the line in 8th. Fast. Good effort, but couldn't quite make the recovery drive work. Up to 9th. Then it's Martis. We'll have to run down the order properly in just a few moments, but congratulations to everybody for finishing this race. What a race it was.
That must mean that Martis got past Upsas again for 10th.
I don't have
We
the
missed that.
list.
They only had one lap because they were on the same lap as the leader.
Yeah.
So many battles going on just at the end there. Fantastic racing from everybody.
We do have 2 retirements or timeouts or something because only 27 cars crossed the line.
Huh.
So on the last lap, I saw Red Rock having a timeout. So
That's unfortunate on the last lap. It's happened to me in Live for Speed before. I had a timeout in the last lap of an endurance race once.
but I
Not
don't
fun.
know who the other one is because only.
Yeah, so we've lost 2 cars at the end here, unless they spectated immediately. But anyway, if we could
Apparently
get
car 111 was retired on the last lap. That was the car that we saw, unfortunately, getting served the most recent penalty.
Oh yeah, they are missing.
the drivers of the podiums need to come to start finish. So the top 3 in the solo championship and the top 3 in the teams class, as well as obviously the top 3 in the race. We need to get the podium photos for the race done, and we'll broadcast those on the stream. Thilo, would you run us down the full order of the 4 hours of Aston?
Yeah. So the overall winner and the winner of the solo class, Noob Racing Maddie in the number 12 XRR. Second place, Master Race Car 87, the XRR, driven by Mega on the final stint. Third place, the Super Serious Racing Team, a solo effort by Unite in the 42 FZR, best placed FZR in the race. Fourth place goes to the Union of Fast and Crazy Sim Sports and Conquest Racing. The XRR finished in 4th. Yeah. Fifth place, the number 72 entry of Paulo and Onifus. In 6th place, the race green car 54, the FZR, driven by Falcon, Ronnie, and Mandula. 7th place, Frank in the Aerotech newsroom car that also saw quite some things happen throughout the race. 8th place, the 3rd best solo effort by Michael in the Ferrat Motors car, number 47. 9th place is Sidus, who started from pole but finished their XRR just within the top 10. 9th place goes to Apex, the first car 1 lap down. 11th place, Born to Race with UPSAS and the XRR. 12th place, Global Gaming Racing Rimtas in the final stint, the number 15 XRR. 13th, the collaboration of FSR and GUM Garage in the best placed FXR. 14th place, War Faction 44, also a solo entry, and after a very troubling start to the race, I think a very happy Finn sitting there in the car. 15th, the Global Gaming Racing car number 14 with Erotica on the final stint. 16th place, the FXR of Heroes of Racing, car number 75, driven by Mensafest and UWeb. 17th, the Team Rock Racing car number 99. 18th, Launch Racing FXR car number 25. 19th, the Fragmaster car of Number, car number 22. 20th was another Global Gaming Racing entry with the number 46 and an FXR. 21st, Team Rock Racing's Classic, finishing his number 33 XR. 22nd, sorry, the Aerotech FXR, driven by Swifts. 23rd, the Team BMW's Car 77 FZR. 24th, the Red Devil Racing Team, car number 69. 25th, number 10, with NFR. 26th, the car of the organizers, the number 7 TRR entry. And last but not least, on the server at least, the 107 GUM garage car, finishing 9 laps down. And the DNFs, however, they are going to be sorted in afterwards. The 111 entry of Thorsten Ulrich and the Aerotech car driven by Red Rock.
Thank you very much, Thilo. I'd like to drag in Rocky, the race organizer. We'll do a couple of interviews now. First of all, we're going to talk to Rocky. Hello, Rocky. Are you there?
Hello, Pete.
Congratulations.
First of all, thank you for the entire stuff and you guys from the commentators for, well, let's say serving the viewers a lot of pleasure, I hope. So, first of all.
Thank you. We had fun.
I had fun as well watching the race after I got out of the car when I rolled, but that was a fun thing. But basically, why I'm here, to talk to the viewers who are still there. I got a little announcement to make because I guess most of us really enjoyed this endurance event. The previous event was yes, I'm Dutch. By the way, to the people asking chat. But the first event was 12 cars and it was amazing. This was 31 cars, and it was absolutely amazing in my point of view. We had an amazing staff, amazing commentary team, and everything was just as I guess as exciting as it could be. But because we have a Kyoto 150 planned already starting next weekend with the first practice sessions, there cannot be a new endurance fan event too soon. But after the Kyoto 150, I can announce right now, we will have the 8 hours of Fern Bay Black with multi-class GT1 and GT3, where the GT3 will be for the amateur class, the lesser experienced drivers. Any pro driver can drive in there as well. But I prefer the faster drivers to go into the GT1 class to, make it a bit more balanced that way, and to give the amateur drivers at least a slower car to get used to the endurance driving. And that's basically my announcement. And I would love to thank once more the entire crew from this event, as well as you, the viewers, because I think we can call it a success. Over to you, back to you, Pete.
Thank you, Rocky. So, yep, just to reiterate what Rocky said there will be an 8-hour race at Fernbay 4, Fernbay Black, with the GT1 and GT3 class. That's an exciting combo, Rocky. Sure, that's going to be a lot of stewarding that's going to need to be done for that one, but anyway. While I've got you all here, thank you very much for the race directing, Deco. Thank you to Trespasser for being the safety car today. Thanks for Mo for being one of the stewards, and Jonathan Provost for also being a steward. And the 2 rescue cars. We had Sigmitas and someone help me out. Who was the final?
Elmo and
Yada de Vanik, of course.
Oh yeah, Yada, Fast Yada, sorry. Yeah, I didn't have my list up. Thanks to those guys for their work. We'll just grab in a couple of drivers for some interviews. Let's talk to Unite. Hi, Unite.
Hello.
Congrats on 3rd.
What's up? Oh, thanks.
Yeah, a nice little comeback at the end there. We saw your spin, and then you somehow managed to get past the FNCC Q car. They did have a bit of engine damage, but still a nice drive from you to get up to P3 and 2nd in the solo class.
Yeah, thanks. I had a bit of engine damage myself too. I had like 0.5%, I don't know.
Okay,
But
I think they were running around with 2%, so yeah, had a little bit in extra.
Yeah, a bit more. But yeah, I have no clue how I got that fast, and I think I got the fastest lap too there.
Yeah, you did with a 17.9. Congratulations on that. That's the fastest lap that we saw in the entire 4 hours.
Yeah, and I think it was the only one that got under 17. I mean under 18, by according to some of my friends I've been talking with.
Yeah.
But it was really a fun race. Like, I didn't expect myself to last like 4 hours on the track, but here I am in the finish. Like, it was really fun.
Nice, well done.
Thanks. Had a few hairy situations, but everything went out well.
A couple of those were on the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get a couple other people in here while we're at it. Let's talk to Michael. Congrats, Michael. 3rd place in the solo class.
Hi there, thank you. Yeah, it was a beast.
That finish was quite exciting between you and Fast.
Yeah, my heartbeat was like 200 per minute. It was amazing, and it was really close, especially as we were in the last sector lapping some car, and Fast was about to move to the outside, and he just noticed that there's some car incoming slowly, so he had to back off. That probably saved me. And then we had some contact in the penultimate turn, and then I just finished ahead of him, and I'm really happy. Because, to be honest, I was expecting to be at best top 15 overall. So 8th place is above everything of my expectations.
Yeah, well, it's great to see you finishing high in this event, because I know that you did a lot of practice. And yeah, the practice has paid off. So congrats, Michael. Let's see who else is around.
I'm not really.
Sorry, Michael, what was that?
Yeah, just that I think I could. I could finish higher than 8, probably as high as 6, but because of the engine damage, I had to fight for lower positions. So there was a little disappointment because of the safety car, but otherwise, a really enjoyable race for me.
Yeah, well, congrats again. Hi, Bizzo. Can you hear us?
Yes. What's up, guys?
Congratulations on a good race. How did you find it?
Thank you. It was very great. Bit of mistakes, but yeah, overall it was a very good race.
Excellent. Well, congrats on that. You and your teammate did really nice. So
thanks.
Great to see you here. Thanks for joining us. Who else have we got? Simjintas and Tautadas are up there. Hi, Simjintas. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
How did you enjoy your race in the end?
It was, at least my stint was absolutely terrible, but Energy pulled it out somehow. Got smashed up so hard.
Yeah, Energy managed to bring your car home in 20th. I know that you were bouncing up and down the high teens, low 20s for a fair while, but 20th is your final resting place. So well done for that.
Thank you.
Couple more people we can talk to. Hi Husky,
Hello, Pete.
how's it going?
Not bad, not bad.
How was your
Yeah.
You did one stint in this race, am I right?
Yes, it was my first time coming back to LFS after a year. I got a message from Sky about a month ago, just like, we're doing this as a team, do you want to come? And I thought, I've been away from LFS for a year. I'm easing myself back into sim race, and I thought, you know what? It's with a group of friends. I'm just going to come in, give it my best shot. And even though I was slow compared to my team, I managed not to put it into a wall. Had a few slip-ups here and there, but I'm happy.
Well, that's really great. Good to have you with us. Good that you could join us. I'm hoping that we can get a few words out of Jonathan. Are you around, Deco?
What, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go very shortly, but
Yeah. How did you enjoy your race as the race director?
what race?
What
There was a
race? There was a race on.
Oh, the
It was
cars
4
went
hours
out,
long.
cars went back in.
Okay. Yeah, I
Oh,
feel
no, it
like
was
you had a
actually-
busy
it was
day.
actually- yeah, it was. Big thanks to Provost, Yarda, Sigitas, and Elmo. Very good work stewarding. Trespasser, really good on safety car. He also helped steward, so thanks to them. Would not have been done without them. Yeah, very good race. Very surprised at how clean that first lap was, and really surprised no one got beached. Didn't have to use the virtual safety car. You know, the one safety car. We were expecting maybe a couple more, especially with things that happen at turns 4 and 5, the uphill corkscrew. But on the whole, yeah, very, very good race.
Fantastic. Thank you for that, Jonathan. Thanks for your work today. I know you've been busy. Tartadas, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi. How was your race? You were
Hello,
driving
guys.
for Team 15. You finished the race in 12th.
12th.
Very nice. Which stints
Yes,
did you
so
drive?
well, I drive the middle stint, which is what the third stint, and it was actually quite nice. Obviously, I had when I came out of the there was a safety car straight away, and to be honest, I was lost after the safety car went gone. I stuck in the traffic, and it was so horrible for me.
Yeah, a lot of people in similar situations, but you managed to get your car home in a really respectable position. 12th is a great effort.
Well, to be honest, that was the first time that I was participating in this kind of race, and I mean the emotions and everything is lovely. I mean, it was very good. Thank you guys. I mean, that was amazing.
Oh, you're very welcome. Glad you enjoyed it. You can join us for the next one, hopefully.
8 hours, isn't it?
8 hours, exactly. It's double the length, but it'll be fun. It's at FE4 with the GTRs, which is going to be insane. So it'll be fun. Erotica, are you there? He has his microphone muted. Don't know if he's around to say a few words. Give him a few more moments. Doesn't look like he's there, so I think we'll begin to wrap up now. I have a couple of announcements to make. Firstly, obviously, to reiterate what Rocky said a few moments ago, the next race in this series of endurance races will be the 8 hours of FE4 Fernbay Black in the GT1s and GT3s. That'll happen at some point in the future. Keep an eye on the LFS forum in the TRR Endurance Pros section for an announcement on that from Rocky in due course. Another thing to say is that we have an upcoming event on Tuesday as part of the TRR 2020 Championship. That'll be run by Rocky again, and I'll be commentating on that. It's part of the TRR 2020 Championship. This is round 13, coming from RO1, the International Super Sports Car Circuit, with the Formula V8. 2 15-lap races. The second race will be reverse grid. You can find all of the details to sign up to that on the LFS forum in the TRR 2020 Championship section. The series runs all year. There's a race every week, 50 races in total. It's been great fun so far. The last 2 races have had 40 car grids and it's been absolutely brilliant. So join us then. Finally, I want to say a big thanks to everyone who drove in the race today. It was great to watch. Thanks for putting on a great show. Thanks to my co-commentators Jack and Thilo, and I open it up to you guys to wrap us up here.
So, yeah, 3 hours, yeah, 4 hours of a race, and what a race it has been. We've seen the pole sitters struggling and fighting back through the field. We've seen drama, especially in the first hour, but we also saw a real quality grid today, with, in the end, Maddie as, yeah, deserving victor of this whole event.
Absolutely. Lights to flag victory for Maddie. It's a shame we couldn't have him in here to say a few words, but good to hear from Unite, third place man. Congratulations to the podium. Especially well done to Mega for winning the Mega and his teammate. Who was Mega's teammate? I keep forgetting. Who was the
Gemini.
It was Gemini, wasn't it? It's Gemini, yeah. Gemini for bringing that car home in second place and first in the team's championship. Oh, what a day.
Indeed.
All right.
Well, I'd like to thank you, Pete, for commentating the entire race, to me and Thilo at least, even if it weren't broadcasted to the stream after the safety car went in.
Thanks for bringing that up.
I know, I think it's good to laugh about these things.
Yeah, we'll go back and work out how much of the race I didn't commentate on by accident, and I hope that never happens again. So,
thanks everyone for joining us as well. I've been keeping an eye on the Twitch chat and everyone in Discord sending messages and things like that. The support's been great, and we've had a really impressive number of viewers throughout the whole race, even at qualifying and even more so now. So I'd just like to say thanks to everybody for watching and showing your support. It means a lot.
And I guess as organizer, I wanted to say one thing as well to the entire commentary team, because not just Pete did a great job, all of you did a great job, and I hope to see you back in the commentary booth for the next event. Let's say that, because I really thoroughly enjoyed it, even whilst I was racing, because I had the stream on the background, because it calms me in a way, I guess. So thank you, all of you, not just Pete.
Absolutely, I wouldn't be able to do it without them. It's been such a hectic event to organise, it's impossible to commentate on the full thing on your own, so thank you very much for those two for jumping in and carrying me through this. Let's wrap up. Thank you, everybody. See you at the next one. See you on Tuesday if you're doing the TRR 2020 Championship, and watch this space for more from us. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend. Have a great week. Good night.